Good morning. My name is Melanie Hart. I'm the Senior Director of the Global China Hub here at the Atlantic Council. Welcome to the Atlantic Council, and thank you for joining us for this forum on navigating China's impact, strategies for Latin America and Africa. Too often here in Washington, conversations about China's presence and impact in other regions are conversations among Washingtonians, Americans talking to Americans. We are thrilled to be joining forces with the University of Notre Dame's Keough School of Global Affairs to do something different. This forum brings in experts from both regions to sit side by side with each other and with Americans to share their views, experiences, and ideas. We are focusing on Africa and Latin America because many nations in these two regions hold shared ambitions, from mitigating poverty and inequality to countering transnational crime, fighting corruption, and responsibly managing resource wealth. Both regions have also been recipients of a flood of Chinese investment. This economic engagement has, in some cases, addressed real development needs, and in others has also presented challenges. And so we are here today to talk about both sides of that coin. The goal for this forum is to generate innovative ideas and collaborative policy solutions that help all of these nations in both regions exercise their sovereignty, protect their environments, strengthen their institutions, resist coercion, and ultimately make sure that engagement with China serves their own interests. I would like to thank the University of Notre Dame Keough School of Global Affairs for their partnership in hosting this critical forum, particularly Dr. Mary Gallagher, Dean of the Keough School of Global Affairs, and Professor Josh Eisenman, my co-host for this forum. With that, I'll welcome Josh to the podium to share any introductory thoughts and to begin our first panel.
Thanks, Melanie. Hope everybody's well, and welcome to the China Global South Conference. As Melanie said, the title, Navigating China's Impact Strategies for Latin America and Africa. And I am Joshua Eisenman, Professor of Politics at the Keough School of Global Affairs, and along with Melanie Hart, we are the co-directors of the China Global South Initiative, which is a joint initiative between Notre Dame and the Atlantic Council to work with partners to better understand and respond to China's strategic intentions, methods, and political and economic impacts in the Global South. The first event we held was a online affair during COVID. That was the China Global South Conference in February 2022. The second event we held was a conference called China's Relations with the Middle East and North Africa, and that took place at the Notre Dame Jerusalem Center in June 2022, and it included participants from China, the United States, Israel, and actually from a couple of Abraham Accords countries as well. Our third conference was held last year here at the Atlantic Council, and it was called China in the Global South, Development and Influence in the Shifting Global Order. And that was a two-day affair, and it was a great success bringing together experts from around the world to look at various aspects of China's engagement, including technology, financing, rights, and governance across different regions of the Global South. But today, we're going to do something a little different. We're going to change our perspective, and instead of focusing particularly on China's approach, we're going to look at the strategies and tactics that African and Latin American countries use to enhance their agency vis-a-vis a larger and more powerful China. But we have another treat for you as well. In addition to the highest quality discussions that you have come to expect from the CGSI, we have gone a step further. And with the support of our colleagues at the Ford Foundation, we've worked to create 3 policy briefs on how West African countries can respond to China's impact on their environments, covering mining, forestry, and fisheries. And today, we're going to release these briefs publicly, which were co-authored by 22 authors from 11 West African countries and co-edited by myself and Professor Ellis Adams. And I will say more about these briefs and how they came about later in the day. But for now, I just want to say that I'm thrilled with how they turned out. These briefs are just the type of work that CGSI was created to advance. Expertly researched, well-written, high-impact studies on real problems resulting from China's unbridled economic activities in the Global South, with specific focus on how countries can respond effectively to this. Now, finally, I do want to acknowledge some major changes that have taken place since our last conference in February 24. Donald Trump's return to power has initiated a fundamental realignment of global alliances, and his administration's abandonment of democracy promotion abroad and the erosion of democratic norms at home have upended the post-Cold War order, forcing countries in the Global South and China to rethink their strategies and tactics. Now, for decades, we've all heard the U.S. criticized for foisting its democratic values on the Global South nations, and it was an era of conditionality where Washington used leverage to extract human rights concessions. Organizations like the National Endowment for Democracy and Radio Free Asia promoted universal values abroad. But, at least for now, that era is over. Liberal principles have been replaced with a raw, unpredictable transactionalism. America, once a superpower of ideals, has become a superpower of deals, a shift that has left a void and created a new age of uncertainty. But it's worth reviewing what's happened. Closed USAID, closed USIP, closed Wilson Center, closed Radio Free Asia, closed Voice of America, major cuts, National Endowment for Democracy, major cuts to international Republican institutes, and the cut of millions of dollars in funding to liberal-minded think tanks like this excellent institution that we're in today. Of course, universities like ours are being pressed to reduce invitations for foreign, particularly Chinese students. So America's fundamental shift is not merely a policy change. It is a seismic disruption to the global order, and it demands a reorientation of policy from every nation, from Washington's closest allies to its fiercest rivals. And for a rising power like China's, America's retreat from liberal values promotion presents both historic opportunities as well as formidable challenges. Now, it would be logical to assume that Washington's turn away from democracy promotion would be a great relief in Beijing. After all, the specter of a peaceful evolution, 和平演变, spreading liberalism to China has long been a source of Beijing's anxiety. But in the second Trump administration, those fears should hardly be a concern. And yet, this retreat has not eased U.S.-China tensions. Instead, it has introduced a chaotic unpredictability into the bilateral relationship. And Washington remains interventionist, but our aims are now opaque. From imposing tariffs on Brazil that undermine sovereignty, to cutting support for Ukraine and emboldening Russia, to brazenly eyeing Greenland in defiance of NATO ally Denmark. These decisions are radical departures from the policies of both previous Republican and Democratic predecessors. America's turn has ushered in this new age of uncertainty, and the future of global stability now hangs in the balance. How are Global South countries and China responding? Well, for its part, China's begun a new charm offensive towards the Global South, deploying soft power tactics through the media, diplomacy, strategic messaging, emphasizing its reliability, contrasting it to America's erratic behavior. Underlying the message of the charm offensive is, we may not be perfect, but compared to America, we're more predictable. And now, how is the Global South responding? Well, that's going to be the major topic we'll discuss today. And it was one of the questions I looked into in my own field work this summer in Morocco, Czechia, Malaysia, Singapore, and in Colombia in a couple of weeks. And it's at the heart of our discussions that I would like to leave you with as we turn to our first panel. How are countries in Africa and Latin America responding to both America's liberal retreat and China's aggressive embrace? I think this is a core question that we'll be examining today, of course, with many others. And with that, I would like to invite our panel, our first panel, up to the stage. Ambassador Yad, Sunusha Naidu, Parsival de Sola, and Leland Lazarus, please join me on stage. So we have an excellent plenary panel here today, and their full bios are available, so I won't read them all, but I'll give quick introductions. First, At the end, we have Ambassador Yad. Ambassador Yad is Senior Director of the African Center here at the Atlantic Council, and she was the former French ambassador to the UN, to UNESCO. Next to her, we have Parzival de Sola, the founder and CEO of the Andres Bello Foundation. Parzival is from Colombia. He's also a non-resident fellow here at the Atlantic Council and has studied China for many years. Then we have Leland Lazarus, founder and CEO of Lazarus Consulting. Leland is a veteran of the Defense Department as well as the State Department, working in both China and in the Caribbean. And then to my left, my old friend Sanusha Naidu, Senior Research Fellow for the Institute of Global Dialogue. Sanusha is an excellent scholar on China-Africa, written 2 books on the subject and numerous articles. So if you want their full bios, which are extensive and impressive, please take a look online. So maybe we can begin with the first question to begin our dialogue here, and maybe we can begin with Sanusha, who's flown all the way from Cape Town, so she's earned the right to answer first. Sanusha, talk to us a little bit about the similarities and differences in the patterns of China's engagement between Africa and Latin America. Now, how would you compare and contrast Beijing's approach to these 2 different regions?
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Josh. Good morning to my fellow panelists. And let me also just say thank you very much for the invitation. It's always great to be at a discussion like this. And whatever I say, I blame it on the jet lag. So I think what's really fascinating is that China's kind of using Africa as a peer learning in how it is defining its strategy in Latin America. If we go back to 2001, when the China-Africa Forum, FOCAC, came into being, it's really a formalization of understanding, again, what were some of the factors that defined this. It was about the resources, and we see the similar trajectory in Latin America around lithium parks that have been developed. In Africa, it was about oil, it was about energy sources like coal, et cetera, to fuel China's industrialization, fuel its export-led growth model. But at the same time, it was also borrowing from how it looked at the relationship that Africa had with the EU, with the European Union. And I think that comparison makes it very strategic in the context of Latin America, given the fact that Latin America is very, very close, both from a strategic location perspective, but also from a more broader geopolitical perspective to the USA. So in the case of Africa, the EU plays a very important role in Africa's development, in its peacekeeping, in its financing of many initiatives. If you look at the African Union has at least now around the EU is a dominant financial actor in there. It's not necessarily the only actor. It's not necessarily staying dominant. It's kind of, plateauing and declining. But I think those dynamics that you witness in the context of Latin America, I think it is about borrowing how you've defined your strategy in Africa, and you kind of then do a kind of peer learning, but you do it according to local conditions. Mm-hmm. Each continent has different local conditions, and in the case of Latin America, I think it is beginning to define those conditions around the mineral resource, or the critical minerals. But other similarities at the subnational level or at the regional level is, for example, Chinatowns are emerging. The emergence of small businesses are emerging around these hubs where big Chinese investments are happening, from infrastructure linked to critical minerals, linked to transport hubs, and then of course, let's think about the Atlantic as well in terms of the west coast of Africa and of course the Latin American context.
Thanks, Sanusha. Parzival, I want to turn to you for a moment. Sanusha has laid out this that China begins in Africa and then uses some of its knowledge in Latin America as well. Is that what you've seen too? Is there a reflection of what we've seen in Africa take place in Latin America? How similar or different are these approaches?
I think the first thing is we have to take a look back. I largely agree with that description. If we, go back around, the early 2000s, it makes total sense, right? Africa is much closer. There's historical, deeper relations, political relations with African countries than Latin American ones. And that being said, fast forward to 2025, there are some, I think, very important differences that Chinese policymakers, its companies, its diplomatic corps, as Sanusha mentioned, have adapted to this, to local structural realities, because there are some very important differences that I think, especially Chinese diplomats have learned along the way. To give one of many examples, African countries have a much more, let's say, united front when it comes to dealing with China, regardless of all the difficulties that the intra-regional coordination propose. But so you have on the African side, you have the African Union. On the Latin American side, you have the CELAC, the Community of Latin American and Caribbean States. It's funny because if you go back around a decade, you saw kind of the same approach from the Chinese side, trying to go through this kind of larger regional institutions. But there's a key difference here. The African Union is an institution formally created. CELAC is not. CELAC is basically a network for coordination. It has no unifying organizational mechanisms, official ones, that the African Union has. And that is largely representative of how Latin America is. Latin America is by far the region that least trades amongst itself. It's the region that has the poorest interregional infrastructure connecting, just if any of you have traveled around the region, traveling within Latin America it's expensive. You don't have interregional electricity networks, roads, railways. That doesn't exist. And CELAC, I think, is a very obvious representation of that. And nowadays, I see a much more bilateral approach with Latin America. And in the case of Africa, you see both approaches, right? Through the African Union, through other group of African states. But in case of Latin America, I think nowadays we see a much more bilateral approach. You do have, the grand scenario of the China CELAC Forum, that kind of thing, but that's mostly for optics. The real negotiations are much more, have a much more bilateral dynamic to it.
Thank you. Ambassador Yat, I'd like to turn to you with regard to what Parsival was just saying. He's suggesting that African countries have done a better job of working collectively to respond to China than Latin American countries have, referring to the African Union. But we know it goes deeper. In Africa, you have sub-regional organizations. You have ECOWAS, you have COMESA, you have SADC, you have regional organizations that they don't have in Latin America. How successful have African countries been in working collectively in order to respond to the challenges they face from a rising China?
Thank you very much for this important question. I would maybe start with reminding the historical ties. And Parsifal, you mentioned that are very old between China and African countries. It's not new. It's centuries and centuries of relationship. But I would like to stress the importance of 1971, when China came back to the UN and expelled Taiwan. This miracle has been possible because African countries provided support and voted for China. And from there, Mao Zedong said, we have a debt of gratitude with Africa. That's how things accelerated between China and African countries, and that's why every year the Chinese foreign minister dedicates his first trip of the year to Africa. This bond is really something very important and explains how things have accelerated today. The trade between the two areas expanded from $40 billion in 2005 to $250 billion in 2022. That's where we are right now. So we mentioned the raw materials, we mentioned infrastructure, flagship projects, of course, the financial model, but I would like also to stress that Chinese have been they have leveraged opportunities. For example, with the dollar, they have leveraged the weaknesses of the relationship between the United States and African countries in terms of transaction, because most of the transactions are made in dollars in Africa. And if the access to the dollar is made difficult for them, they are not able not only to trade with the United States, but also between themselves, because the trade transactions are made in dollar, right? So that's how you can also explain the rise of the yuan in Africa. And this is something, it is not about China, it is about the United States. The answer about this is here in Washington, D.C., not in Beijing. And this is why it's so key to understand that this relationship between China and African countries is not a given. You know, it can be questioned if the right decisions are made from Washington to the African countries. And also, a third thing I would like to stress is this relation has been evolving very fast these past years. We have these ideas or bias about China's involvement in Africa, like something, just raw materials, infrastructure, this kind of stuff. But things have changed a lot. It's greener. The quality has evolved a lot, improved a lot. They have reduced the part of toxic lending. This is also important to check that they have been reviewing these things. And also there's more focus on digital infrastructure, like India, more focus on cultural industries, media, soft power. It's not only big infrastructure projects, it's not only defense bases, it's also that you have a lot of more and more Chinese who speak African languages just to feel better integrated or involved in African cultures and communities. Renewable energy too. It's not only oil, it's also, like I said, more green. So we have to monitor these moves, these changes, and understand that there is first historical bond that is very important, and also Chinese have been able to catch these opportunities, and it's not so complicated to, to catch up in that race if the right decisions are made.
Well, thank you, Ambassador. Leland, turning to you for a moment, would you agree with this idea that China learned in Africa and then is applying those lessons to Latin America? And if so, what lessons is it applying? And then apropos to the ambassador's comments, we have seen China's approach evolving as well. The Belt and Road used to be about these big infrastructure projects, but now it's more digital, it's more soft, it's, what do they call it, thin and beautiful, or whatever the new phraseology is. Yeah, small and beautiful, small and beautiful. So I wonder if you can speak to these two different questions.
Oh, thank you. I actually want to pick up where Ambassador Yale was just mentioning about the expansion of the yuan, right? For loans, because if you compare and contrast the joint action plans for FOCAC and then for the China CELAC, both of them have in there this idea that China is going to provide credit line. And so for Latin America and the Caribbean, it's 66 billion renminbi. That's about $9 billion to $10 billion. And then for Africa, that's 360 billion renminbi, about 50 billion US dollars. And it has to be made of what they call panda bonds, right? So it has to be in renminbi. So I think it's a specific example of China's desire to expand and to make sure that more transactions are made in the renminbi instead of the dollar. But I wanted to take a step back to 2023, because that year, 3 Latin American and Caribbean leaders actually visited Africa. Lula visited South Africa, Angola, and Sao Tome. The Prime Minister of Barbados, Mia Mottley, she gave a keynote speech at the African Union's Global Africa Diaspora Forum. And the Vice President of Colombia, Francia Marquez, she did a 3-country visit. And what was interesting is that in addition to, of course, strengthening the bilateral relationship just between the 2 regions by themselves, they're also sharing and contrasting their engagement with China. And so myself and another colleague, Paul Nantulia, what I'm sure many people in this room know, a great Africa-China scholar on security, we organized what was called the Africa-Americas Forum on China, where we brought local African experts, local Latin American and Caribbean experts, and then at Florida International University, you were part of it for the past 2 years, they compared and contrasted China's engagement in both regions. And I think over the past 2 years, we've really distilled some very interesting lessons. Some of them are quite obvious, some of them are surprising. Let me start with some of the surprising ones. You see some of the same actors operating in both regions, not just the policy banks, China Development Bank, China Export-Import Bank, and of course that's changing now with more participation in commercial banks, private lending, syndicated loans in both regions. But you also see an exchange of personnel. 2 examples of that, Hu Jianhua, who until recently he was the managing director of China Merchant Group, but before he had that role, he was leading the expansion of the port in Djibouti. And then after that, he also led the expansion of the port in Paraguaná in Brazil, right? Lu Yunpeng is another example from China Harbor Engineering Company. He's the general manager of the Americas division now, based in Jamaica. But before that, he led the expansion of the Lekki port in Nigeria, right? So you see this literally exchange of personnel bringing their experience to both regions. You have, of course, the multilateral forums that we mentioned, FOCAC, China CELAC, and the implementation of these 3-year action plans that happen consistently, and you can see the progress, you can see exactly what China says that it wants to do, and then we can sort of track whether it actually gets at those goals. And then, of course, you see how China is trying to imbue the initiatives in both regions on not just BRI, but also, I guess, what we call the 4 globals now, right? Development, security, civilization, and governance. But I think another key word, or some key words that came out from the Africa-Americas Forum is, of course, agency, the idea that countries from both regions, they don't want to be caught in the new Cold War. They want to have agency to maximize relations with both countries. They talked about resource nationalism, and that you're seeing this from Morocco to Chile, this idea that the countries themselves need to create better strategies to capture both upstream and downstream effects of critical minerals, right? Not just extractive, but requiring companies like BYD or Ganfeng Lithium in the Lithium Triangle, to make sure that the refining is happening in the country, that the battery assembly from which the lithium is created is happening in countries, so that those countries can capture more of the value. And I'll end with this, this idea of both regions really wanting to be rule makers as opposed to rule takers, right? They want to be present at the creation, especially as, China, US, EU, they're developing new standards on AI, right? China has the Global AI Governance Initiative, Sovereign AI. Representatives from both regions were saying, we want to be at the table to help actually build those standards and be a part of that going forward.
Excellent, thank you. Well, let's turn back to you, Sanusha. This question, this word, agency, has been on everyone's lips recently. I often find, by the way, that agency, we often talk about it in binary terms, where either you have it or you don't. But as we know in engagements, it's rarely binary. You have some, you don't have on this, you have on that. So how would you address this question in the African context? And specifically, are African countries increasing their agency vis-a-vis China in the broader sense? And if so, which ones do you think have done the best job? Is there any of the 54 countries on the continent that you would say is an exemplar of good China policy? And if so, what have they done? What can we learn from their approach?
It's a tough question because agency can mean many things depending who the actor is, who the stakeholder is, and more importantly, what we're talking about in the context of agency. I want to pick on some points that were made by my fellow panelists, particularly on the comparison between FOCAC and CELAC in terms of agency. I think what's interesting for us from an experience perspective in Africa is that the agency in terms of the African Union is still very much, I would say, it's not weak, but it hasn't really coalesced in the way that it should have coalesced around how do you measure the impact of the Forum on China-Africa Cooperation, particularly from a monitoring and evaluation perspective, but also from an implementation perspective. Because from an implementation perspective, what you do see in the forum is countries going bilateral, each of them trying to negotiate with China at the bilateral level within the auspices or within the context of FOCAC. Now, the challenge there is that there's a competition, there's an intra-African competition for Chinese assistance, Chinese development finance, and more importantly, trying to get the projects into your country first. And that doesn't really represent a collective agency at the African Union level. But linked to that is also this question of the fact that a lot of the projects that we are seeing in terms of the state-to-state engagement brings in these actors that have moved from China merchant, moved to different spaces. Or if you're thinking about the road and the China Road and Bridge Corporation as well, who are building these transport corridors, and in terms of the ports and so forth. But it's happening in terms of the bilateral level. And a few of the experts that have been sitting with African delegations that have met with the Chinese counterparts have made a very interesting point. Somebody said to me that they were invited to 4 different meetings of African delegations to meet with the Chinese delegation under, I think it was an African Union engagement. I don't know if it was part of FOCAC or on the sidelines of FOCAC. Eventually, the Chinese called the person out and said, "Who are you? Because you are in every delegation." But in each delegation, there were different discussions. And I think that gives you a kind of insider perspective about what this agency means. So I think at the same time that we see a level in which maybe Africa has been able to develop some relative agency, it's still bilateral. And at the same time, it is also based on where does China want to locate its value chains in Africa. And one of the interesting spaces that we've picked up on is Morocco. I will give you that example. Morocco is a very interesting case study of a country that has been able to manage its relationship with China based on trade, based on how China is able to break into the Moroccan market because it links up to Europe. It's across that Mediterranean space. And it's very important because you're then using Morocco as a springboard because Morocco has very important trade and political relations with the EU. And that's what, and they mentioned this in a workshop last week held at the Nelson Mandela School of Public Governance. It was mentioned by the Chinese expert that Morocco is one of these countries that they see as an FTA. So that is also the other level of the bilateral, is are you negotiating a continental free trade agreement? Are you part of that? Or are you looking for more bilateral free trade agreements with countries at that level? I think for me, one of the challenges around agency in Africa is if we talk about the African Union, it's very difficult to develop a single agency on FOCAC. Because as you, I don't know if it was a slip of the tongue, but you said thin is beautiful. The BRI has become about smaller projects, more reliable projects, but projects that can deliver on what China's strategic interests are in the continent. And it is around renewable energy, it is around digital technology. But one of the challenges is not to trade, but to invest in green manufacturing, to invest in green industrialization, to invest in digital technology, et cetera, in Africa. And that's one of the bigger challenges now under the BRI. Final point around agency. I think the challenge we have in Africa is that there's a lot of intra-African competition in order to access markets. So like you said, Percival, in Africa, our trade is very small. Intra-African trade is around about 15, 16% at least. And that is why we now have the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. The question is, what will external partners be wanting to do? Will they prefer the ACFTA in terms of where it is? Because the ultimate goal of the ACFTA is to develop a customs union in Africa. Once you develop a customs union in Africa, it's common external tariffs. And you have to apply that like you see in the EAC, the East African Union as well. But that's going to challenge bilateral relations. So that agency in trade is also quite difficult. And then, of course, what do you do at the subnational level within countries? Because, again, the soft power that Ambassador spoke about, language, etc., it's also about how do you deal with people that are at the cold face of engaging with the other side of the Chinese face, and that is not state. That is people to people.
Yeah. Well, thanks. I want to turn back to Ambassador Iyad here, because Ambassador Iyad, you were at the Mohammed V University in Morocco. So you have good experience in Morocco and understanding West Africa in general. So would you agree that Morocco does provide a good example for countries in Africa or Latin America? And I asked the question because I myself was in Morocco earlier this year asking similar questions. And the Moroccans would like to suggest what Sanusha said, that they have a model of dealing with China that is unique, important, impressive, and can be exported elsewhere. But then they told me they applied to be in ECOWAS, and ECOWAS doesn't even respond to them. That their relationship with France is too close for many West African countries to stomach. So they would like to have their model be accepted and traveled, but it doesn't seem West African countries are ready to accept that model. But maybe they are vis-a-vis China. So what do you think of this idea of the Moroccan case? Because of course, as Sanusha says, Morocco has a unique geography. It's right next to Europe in ways that other African countries are not. So can Morocco truly provide an example for other countries?
Yeah, I think so. Morocco has a very sophisticated diplomacy that is really multilateral. It's not only, they are not focused on a specific bilateral priority relationship. It spans everywhere across the world. And it's pretty remarkable to see how Morocco is able to have an excellent relationship with the United States and with China at the same time, you know, to develop a South-South cooperation very actively, you know. So obviously, because of that policy, Morocco is a very specific case, and the relationship with Africa is really deep, though, because of the king's policy. The king has, in the past 20 years, have been doing a remarkable effort to deepen the African identity of Morocco through trade, business. You know, there are many banks, insurance companies that are working very widely at a large scale on the African continent. And that's true that Morocco has also tried to deepen its relationship with African organizations, but for trade reasons related to, for example, competitiveness, Nigerian companies, etc., it has been difficult with ECOWAS. But they have been able to come back in 2016 to the African Union. So I think it's an ongoing story that is very interesting to monitor because through the Moroccan case, you can have a view of what Africa's trade will be with China in the next years. But I would like to add something about the African Union specifically because China and the African Union, it's really an interesting history because that's right, you're right, African Union is still, I would say, a weak organization because they are not independent financially, you know. Most of the African Union work is financed by foreign countries, which is pretty weird. Even if many reforms have been tried, we are not there yet. But when it comes to China, it's interesting that to see that African Union have sought to coordinate infrastructure priorities through the PIDA, the Program for Infrastructure Development in Africa, aiming to align China's investment with African development strategies, first. And two, there is now the PAPS, on the currency side, which will increase, I think, the trade in yuan. So this is also something important to monitor, and not to mention the 2015 strategic cooperation framework with China. And at the same time, and that's what is interesting, when China built the new African Union headquarters a few years ago, a few years later, we found out the place was mic'd everywhere, you know? So this is something really important. And at the regional level, ECOWAS, SADC, etc., there's also attempts to improve the agency, you know, but the most important here is how Africans can improve or increase the trade between themselves. That's really what the Africa Free Trade Area is about. That will be absolutely key, and I think Chinese are betting on that because it will accelerate the process. Right now, African countries, they trade with each other like less than 15%, maybe, something like that. When you compare with European countries, it's 95%. So there is a huge possibility of improvement and growth and prosperity. So, and that's why when many countries say Africa, it's complicated territory, it's a risky area for investment, that's not what all these countries think, you know? So I think we can mitigate the risk, we can work on that and improve, for example, Western positions in Africa, you know? But the risk fear is not enough to explain why these investments are not at the same level as Chinese in Africa.
Thank you. I want to turn to Leland and Parzival, but before that, Ambassador, you're going to have a quick follow-up. China is now building the ECOWAS headquarters. So how concerned are you that that will be bugged as well?
I think lessons learned, right? I guess. Otherwise, that would mean that they do it on purpose. I don't know. But, you know, this ability to invest in this flagship infrastructure means something in terms of soft power. You know, it's a way to deepen the infrastructure, the footprint, the Chinese footprint. But once again, it's balanced. Infrastructure, but also cultural relations. But let's take the students, African students. African students, they represent in the US 5% of international students. In China, it's almost 20% among international. You know, the number of students in the United States have increased a lot these past 10 years. You know, it's like plus 60%. But the last 5 years in China, it's plus 100%. So, and in key sectors of research, of academia, etc. So this is the two parts of this relation that should be monitored. Infrastructure, like the one you just mentioned, but also cultural and people-to-people ties. That's also something very important because it's about the brains, how they will approach the international relations, how they will see a generation, a coming generation, and maybe an existing generation will see Chinese. And Africa is the use of the word. You know, a quarter of the humanity will be African in 20 years. That's what Russia, Vladimir Putin calls the global majority. And the global majority is the South, you know. And we have not mentioned the BRICS, where all these countries are together. And the number is increasing. So as you can see, the stakes are very high and requires to change the scale of work with Africa. They are not looking for charity or humanitarian assistance. You know, this is something that is much bigger than is expected.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Leland, Parzival, I want to turn to you too. Ambassador Yad mentioned this relationship with the United States that Morocco has. As I understand it, Morocco is a non-NATO US major ally, as is Colombia, okay? So what, if any, role does the US transition, as I talked about, in terms of democracy promotion and the way it's doing its diplomacy now under this administration versus the way it did in the past, influencing China's impact on the countries and how, well, whether it be Colombia or other countries in Latin America are responding?
Well, I do want to pick up on this Morocco. I feel like Morocco is like the famous country in this panel right now, because that was actually a key thing that came up in the Africa Americas Forum too, comparing Morocco and Chile. There's this idea that maybe we can do some sort of comparative study on specifically the policies around critical minerals, the way in which Morocco and Chile have really taken a more strategic approach in again, requiring companies that are investing in critical minerals to make sure that a lot of its supply chain and refinery and whatnot is done in country to benefit. To your question about the role of the US, I mean, I know everybody was talking about the government shutdown last week, but another thing that was shut down last week was AGOA, right? AGOA expired. So, you know, tariff-free African products to the United States. Meanwhile, China provides now 0% tariffs on African products, right? So it really goes to you know, what was already talked about, this idea that China is stepping up and stepping in as, or at least portraying itself as stepping up and stepping in as the US is pulling back, right? The US is closing shop, we're still open for business. At the same time, I do want to address the very real national security concerns about Chinese engagement in both regions. You can take this again as just the gringo or the American perspective, but I just want to you know, make sure to bring this to the fore, which is you do see similar concerns with regard to ports. China has this idea, this word that the PLA uses, which is 战略支点, strategic support points, ports that could be used for commercial purposes and, of course, for security, surveillance, and whatnot down the line. And of course, there's been reporting on, you know, to what extent the port of Bata in Equatorial Guinea could potentially be leveraged as a access point for the PLA Navy to access the Atlantic. You see similar concerns, of course, around Panama Canal, other areas as well. Space. So when you compare and contrast again the FOCAC and CELAC joint action plans, space is another key priority. And you've got the space ground station in Namibia. You've got the Neuquén space ground station in Argentina. Apparently, there's been reports that information from both Neuquén and the Namibia sites, that they talk to each other, they connect, right? And that the National Astronomical Observatory of China, their version of NASA, has this 四天 sort of global space domain awareness program, and in that they have Chile as a clear country in that. They have South Africa as a clear country in that. So I say that to mean some of those same concerns about the ways in which China could leverage ports for dual use, space research programs for dual use as well as critical minerals in order to further its own military modernization is a concern, at least from the US and the West as well.
Great. I want to turn to Parsival, but before I do, we're going to open up for questions in about 6 or 7 minutes. So get your questions ready in the audience, because we'll be coming to you. Parsival, do you want to jump in on this question?
Sure. So, Walt, connecting several talking points I've heard from my co-panelists. Going back to agency, across Latin America, you basically cannot talk about agency without bringing in the variable of the US. I think this is an important difference between Africa and Latin America. The US dollar is even more entrenched across Latin America's economies than basically anywhere else. And that is something that even with the the swap agreements with Argentina these mechanisms that are being installed through the BRICS, and in the case of Brazil, it's still minuscule. The US dollar is completely dominant across the region. And that gives the US, even more leverage from what it has just because of geographical proximity. And we've seen this with this administration, but it's not new. Putting aside security issues, migration, and issues with drug trafficking, the other, pillar of the foreign policy towards the region is basically China. We saw Panama basically, being bullied out of the Belt and Road Initiative. We've seen that kind of push in Chile with the transatlantic underwater cable, and we've seen these kind of, the U.S. is much more willing to exert economic coercion across the region than it was, 10 years ago. And that is something that all of these countries are taking into consideration when, organizing their own foreign policy vis-a-vis both China and the United States. So that is something new that countries have to now deal with. And my African colleagues can correct me on this. I don't think there's this level of foreign influence, as overt foreign influence as the U.S. has in Latin America. If there's something of the sorts in Africa to that extent, I don't think there is. My colleagues have definitely mentioned this. China is definitely using this to its advantage. We're just a month away from COP30 in Belém in Brazil. You can basically guarantee that China is going to use that platform precisely to promote the areas of interest that it has across the globe, and it's shared between Africa and Latin America. Promoting all these industries from solar power plants, EVs, and all these AI, smart cities, that kind of thing. The U.S. is going to have very little presence there. So you will definitely see China, jumping into that. And that's definitely something that I think more and more countries are coming to terms with, that nowadays there is less leeway. That being said, when it comes specifically to China, countries do have much more leeway than they think, or at least than we see them exert. Especially with U.S.-China tensions growing over the years, China has basically become completely dependent on South America for its food security and for basically the supply of minerals that buttress all these key industries back in China. And this is something that, because of what we spoke initially, that all this fractured region that has never gotten around to working as a group, or even a small group of countries, but the dependency is there. And you do see, I was just a few weeks ago in the Jujuy province in Argentina, talking to a lot of people in government, and talking about the Morocco case. And even this is not on a national level, but if you study the Jujuy case and what they've accomplished is quite amazing in terms of attracting Chinese FDI, and actually, I wouldn't say strong arm because that is another word, but they actually managed through, because they're in home turf, because of Argentina is a federal country. They were able to leverage the relationship with the central government. So, and nowadays, you see important FDI, a wide variety of foreign actors investing in the region. So they're not solely dependent on Ganfeng for developing their lithium industry. The Australians are there, the Canadians are there. There's the French are there, and this is not only in the mining of lithium. You see it there. There's there's two large investments from two Chinese private companies to actually build the second layer that comes after the process of lithium locally, and they've actually managed to involve local communities. So they basically, I'm transmitting a very official view from the Hubei province, so take it with a grain of salt. There's obviously, there have been problems, but by and far overall, they've managed to downplay and avoid much of these, negative aspects that we've seen from deeper Chinese engagement in other countries in the region. And this is one of the poorest provinces in Argentina, and the key factor has been their savvy local government and prolonged policies that date back around a decade. So they've built the expertise. And it was funny because they were interviewing a lot of these people. At one point I was quite surprised, and they thought I was being kind of condescending, thinking that just because they were a small province in Argentina that they couldn't accomplish all those things. And it was the complete opposite. It's like, what you've pulled off here it's quite incredible. So there are, and I'm sure Hubei province is not the only one. There are lots of other specific projects and local governments that have managed to make the best out of their relationship with China.
The only thing I want to add to this is when I was in Morocco, they were saying similar things, which is that they were giving the right to say no, and they were giving agency to the localities in a way that I've heard that in many African countries in particular, you have the national government who makes a decision and the locality needs to accept it. But one thing the Moroccans doing are having the localities be part of the decision-making process and therefore sharing agency within the governmental structure. So that seems to be something where, in the case of Argentina and Morocco, seems to be somewhat effective. Leland, you had a one finger or a two finger, and then we'll go to the audience.
Yeah, quickly. I think everything that Pasival just said, I think one of the things that stuck out to me is this idea how China can leverage both Africa and Latin America vis-a-vis its negotiations with the United States, right? So you're seeing that play out right now with the soy issues, right? China no longer buying any soy from U.S. soy farmers, but getting, I think, almost 70% of it from Brazil, right? You see, with the increase of U.S. tariffs on Chinese goods, just China increasing exports to Africa and to Latin America in order to buttress that. But to your point about how the U.S. is becoming more aggressive in Latin America and the Caribbean, the U.S. national defense strategy is going to come out like any day now, and reporting has shown that they're going to prioritize defense of the homeland and Latin America and the Caribbean for the first time ever, right? Which I guess for some Latin American folks were like, this is good, but not good, right? And they talk about restoring the Monroe Doctrine. These are all gifts that we're giving to China, right? If you talk about actually restoring the Monroe Doctrine, for Latin American and Caribbean folks in the room, that return to U.S. imperialism, return to U.S. post-colonialism, where we can just militarily invade any country we want, that is not music to the ears of local Latin Americans, and I think it's a narrative gift to the Chinese.
Thank you. So let's turn to the audience here for a few questions. Please introduce yourself and keep your questions succinct. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Santiago Villa, non-resident journalism fellow for the Global China Hub here in the Atlantic Council. My question is, although Mr. Lazarus did touch on that, I was wondering if the panel had anything to add regarding the similarities and differences between Latin American and African military and security cooperation with China.
I'll jump in real quick. I actually don't see, and I may be the contrarian here on the panel, but I actually don't see that many differences. I actually see a lot of similarities in the Chinese approach to both regions. Where I see the difference is the magnitude and maturity of that relationship. Example, when you compare and contrast FOCAC and CELAC, their 3-year action plan for 2025 to 2027, the FOCAC one is by far more detailed. It's twice as long. There's 10 pillars as opposed to 5 pillars from Latin America and the Caribbean. Specifically in the security standpoint, when you're talking about security cooperation, the most basic is to just have exchanges, a couple of military officers going to Beijing here, and so on and so forth. More maturity is doing joint patrols, joint military trainings, and things like that. You see in FOCAC the desire to train 6,000 military officials, 1,000 police officers, more than 500 young, and they specifically say young military cadets. The US doesn't necessarily really do that. Our IMET, International Military Education and Training Program, almost exclusively focuses on mid-career and senior military officers, right? So that's new. And then FOCAC also talks about joint patrols, joint exercises. So I find it that the military and security and law enforcement engagement between China and Africa is far more mature than Latin America and the Caribbean. But I don't think that that's the difference in tactics. I just think it's a difference in time. It's only a matter of time that I think what the Chinese want is that kind of maturity. And when I used to work at Southcom, I'll end here. When I used to work at Southcom, there was a kind of an internal joke that Africa today is what Latin America and the Caribbean is going to be 5 to 10 years from now, with regard to security cooperation. It's not a joke, right? I think that is happening.
If I may chip in really quick, I disagree with. There's an important factor here that I mentioned earlier. The variable of the U.S. I think China is very aware that the U.S. has these red lines when it comes to security in Latin America, and that they're not willing to cross them. And I would see it develop more in the coming years, but I don't know, that I'm very doubtful that it will get even to the current level of cooperation that there currently exists between China and some African countries. And on top of that, I don't know about other countries, further south, but the militaries across Latin America have very close relationship with the U.S. military. Well, and you worked at Southcom, and you know this, and they have. I would say honest ties, trust ties, and if you talk to military officials, and this is a very Colombia-focused one, which is obviously biased because of the historical relationship between Colombia and the U.S., they're very, very skeptical about any type of engagement with Chinese military officials.
The one thing I want to add to this is there is an extensive history of African militaries training with the Chinese PLA. Goes back into the 60s. South Africans trained there. Angolans, I think one Angolan leader is even buried in China. You've just, all around the continent too. It's not, region specific. So you've got this long history. You're talking about the US. You have depth in that relationship where you have an older generation, which was trained, and not only militarily, but also politically, because of course the Chinese system comes with its political dogmas. So you have an extensive depth there,
And
Ambassador.
don't forget the military bases in Djibouti, which is very strategic. And of course, at the UN, it's Africa. It's 28% of UN votes. This is something very important for security votes for China. So would love to know more about Chinese opinion on the President Biden's and Emmanuel Macron's France position about having 2 African seats, permanent seats in the Security Council. I'm not sure Chinese reacted to that.
Excellent. Maybe we'll take another question here in the back. Oh, where's the microphone? Oh, the microphone is here. Okay, great. I don't think the microphone is, it's on the horse. I think it's coming here because we have online guests as well, so I might want to. And then we'll come over here. Please introduce yourself, ma'am.
And I would love to have a comment from the panel. One, the United States in the last 20 years ignore what the Chinese were doing. I mean, the port of Shanghai, which is, been there for 15 years, and now they're announcing this trans-American, let's say, Silk Road, the same as they did between Shanghai and Rotterdam, and they're offering now speed trains for Peru. I mean, it looks like they're going to do all the infrastructure in Latin America, which Latin America has not been able to do, because if you take Salta, for example, in Argentina, I mean, they have expanded their installation in Salta with lithium exploration, and of course they need the tunnel through the Andes to get to the port, because the port is very near in Chile and very far away on the other side. So all these things are going to happen. And it looks like infrastructure in Latin America is going to be Chinese. Why is the United States just looking at it?
If we could just grab the mic and pass it to this gentleman, because we started a little late, so our 20-minute coffee break will be a 15-minute break. So if we could just keep it concise, and then if you all want to fill these questions collectively, we'll start with Sanusha.
Great. Thanks for killing the vibe on the coffee break. Kevin Shives, the National Endowment for Democracy, and good news, we're still actually fully funded, and our partners really are fully funded as well this year, which I think is a good thing for the story of democracy and freedom abroad. But just a question on sort of the non-financial, non-economic, non-military sector of China's cooperation with the Global South. One of the features of the last year or two is the new China Global South Think Tank and NGO Forum, which I guess to me seems more like a cumulative body as a result of a long-standing amount of cooperation on a regional basis in those sectors. But can you talk a little bit about the significance of that? For example, one of the things this past year has been the commitments under that forum for the use of AI in newsrooms. Just one example. If African and Latin American newsrooms are using DeepSeek rather than ChatGPT, they're going to get wholly different answers about the story of China's role in the world, not to mention no information about sensitive topics like Taiwan, Tibet, et cetera. Just can you talk about any recent developments in that area, what you think has changed, and what that might ultimately mean for civic discourse around China and a whole range of other issues?
Great. All right. Well, we have a whole 3 minutes here, guys.
Okay, whole 3 minutes, really quick. I know it's usually sold that the U.S. left the region, and I think that that's not entirely true. Politically, yes, you see it, but with I don't know how many empty ambassadorial seats are in Latin America. There's quite a few of them, but that speaks more about Washington politics and their dysfunction. But the U.S. is very much present through international bodies, and I think that's important to differentiate. We usually talk about what China is doing, but China as it's this one sole actor, but the U.S. is present through the IMF, through the Latin American Development Bank, through the Inter-American Development Bank, and through other, and we never portray that as U.S. investment. So the U.S., the private sector, FDI in Latin America, Chinese FDI is insignificant. Well, not insignificant, but it stands around 5-6% of all FDI that Latin America receives, compared to around, depending on the statistic, 30 to 35% is US FDI in the region. 25 to 30% is EU FDI. So, China is very good at the headlines and everything, but, reality is way more complex, and that also applies to infrastructure development. Shanghai, obviously, this huge port, top headline, but there are other things happening that just simply don't make the headlines.
Sunusha, do you want to have the last word here for us?
Thank you. Let me make 3 final points about this comparison. One is there's no lack of interest in Africa, and I suspect it's the same in Latin America. There are new actors coming into the continent. It's not just China versus the US anymore. It's China versus Middle Eastern countries. Qatar, UAE, Ambassador spoke about the BRICS. I think we need to recognize that, because in terms of the BRICS, you've got actors like Ethiopia, Egypt, but you also have the UAE, which is playing a very critical role in the context of Iran. But in the UAE, for example, the amount of gold that is going into that space, in terms of whether it's legal or illegal, how we want to define it. Then, of course, it's Qatar. As Tokyo was announcing a $5 billion investment for Africa under TICAD, the Tokyo International Development Corporation, Qatar unveiled a $12 billion investment in the continent, $150 billion. So I think this is another key issue, is where Africa is now to where China is in Latin America to where other actors are moving into the continent. On the issue of interests in Africa's investment, I think it comes back to what the ambassador said in the context of Africa, and that is, it's not about not wanting to invest in Africa. It's about financial systems. It's about payment systems. It's about the vulnerability to currency exposure and how that plays a role. And I'm suspecting that, as you see in Latin America, the embeddedness of the dollar in terms of what you look at in the context as a floating reserve exchange, you're going to have similar challenges, because in Africa you have this challenge around currency volatility. And I think the payment system, the Pan-African payment system that the ambassador referred to, is one of those test cases around how to use digital currencies in order to deal with some of that, bypassing some of those kind of challenges around this reserve dollar issue. And so it comes back to financial systems, and that's a part of the challenge of what the US is also experiencing in Africa. The final point, I think, around the question of security, and you mentioned this, Kevin, around AI, non-financial but security questions. The securitization question in Africa is not just about whether we talk about military and ports, et cetera. I think the question of AI is really important in the context of what is small and beautiful under BRI, the Belt and Road Initiative, data centers, cloud computing. One of the challenges we're going to have going forward is that it's going to be the way in which encryption is going to become much more difficult as cloud computing takes place and super cloud computing takes place. And those are the big challenges. And around news, it's very interesting. I mean, they are testing out these new narratives around Africa in terms of what kind of image, what kind of discussions you want to have, and how you actually bring the news back into the newsroom. But of course, this leads back to soft power. And then the final point is China knows how to play the historical narrative. The reinvestment in the Tazara Railway is not just a reinvestment in a transport corridor. It is a friendship project. It's a symbolic project. It's a project that when the rest of the world turned away from Africa to support, China was there, very much like what the ambassador said around the UN Security Council, and that Africa supported China's rightful place in the UN Security Council. And so China rightfully and legitimately supported Africa when everybody else was not around. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Well, this has been a wonderful panel. Please join me in thanking the panel. And go ahead and please enjoy your coffee and your snacks. And we're going to, I guess, come back here at around 11 or so for our next panel. Thank you. Good job, guys. Well, thank you. Welcome back to the China Global South Conference. I'm Professor Joshua Eisenman, and I'm here to introduce the next panel or the next discussion. I'd like to introduce Victoria Chongqing, who is an expert on China-Latin America relations. She is at the Atlantic Council's Latin America Hub, and she is a former student of our Dean, Mary Gallagher. So we're thrilled to have her here. The floor is yours, Victoria.
May, I believe, right, of this year. And, oh, now it's up. Before that, he was actually Minister of Foreign Affairs in Uruguay, and even before that, he was Uruguayan ambassador to China. So today, I have the honor of having, let's say, a discussion on China's impact or role that it could play, not only in terms of governance in Latin America, but also in the influence of multilateral organizations like the OAS. And follow up the excellent panel that we had before, I think that I'm gonna invite all of us in the room, myself included, right, to have this challenge, since we're talking about agency, we're talking about what Latin American countries and African countries have, right? To think about it in terms of precisely that. When we're thinking about governance, when we're thinking about rights, when we're thinking about the interests and goals that these countries have, right? What are the factors that are pushing these countries into making the decisions such that they prioritize sometimes, not always, a player like China that goes in many ways, right? I wouldn't say necessarily against, but rather contrary to the so-called democratic and liberal values that for a long time countries have struggled, especially in Latin America, to achieve, right? In many cases, we're talking about a region that is known for military rule and whatnot. So with this, I'm gonna start my first question, right? And I'm gonna use your experience as former secretary of the OAS to ask this. So you have been there for 10 years, or you were at the OAS for 10 years. So what kind of role have you seen China playing, right, in affecting the leverage that multilateral organizations like the OAS had in terms of promoting democracy, in terms of promoting rights and monitoring rights? Has China had even a role play?
Question. Maybe that's a question. The point is that we are a complicated region. If I see, for example, my 10 years at the Organization of American States, I arrived here with governments on the left, then came the right, far right, then back to the left, then back to the right. And so the region has been permanently shifting its points and its objectives. China has, what I see from China is that everyone is the same, and that comes to my experience as ambassador to China also, that I arrived as political ambassador of the government of Frente Amplio. But for them, it was like, okay, yeah, but we want equal relations with every party in your country, and we don't want to interfere in any problem that you may be having in the political affairs of your country. So I see that sometimes, most of the time, what we see in the region is that the biggest enemies of democracy and human rights belong to the region itself, and we are always permanently creating our own problems and our own difficulties. We have some real challenges that coming from inside and not from outside, and that is, of course, if if your commitment to democracy is a weak one, then of course you can be rolled over. If your commitment for democracy is strong, very difficult that happens. And if you see that relation of China with some countries in the region, like a substantial relation with countries like Uruguay or Chile, for example, it's not affecting the democracy of these countries at all, or even touching the institutional issues of the countries, or never dealing with something like that. But of course, if the challenges are in Venezuela, that happens, is a different story, because of course the commitment for democracy is not exactly the same, and people may be more eager to move in the wrong direction from democracy and human rights.
And that really highlights, I think, some of the conversation that was happening early, and also some of the views that for many Latin American countries had engaging with China, I mean, especially in the last 20 years, right? Because one of the paramount things that China has highlighted when interacting, let's say, with a lot of Latin American countries, like there is this so-called non-intervention, right? I don't want to mess up with your internal politics. I don't want to mess up with whatever is going on. I just want the deals, right? I want to have a good partnership. I want to have this so-called mutual beneficial cooperation, which sounds really good, right? Especially when it comes to the rhetoric, when it comes to discourse. And I think that's something that was highlighted early on, given the changes that right now the world's living in, the changes in the United States, right? I think that it really highlights that, the how can I put it, the challenges that our countries are put on right now, because on the one hand, we have all these internal challenges, issues when it comes to democracy, when it comes to governance, when it comes to accountability, right? And before, the United States was highlighting those values, and yet right now, all of that is weakening, right? And then you have a partner like China that comes in and says, like, I don't want to deal with this. So when Latin American countries are put into the position, well, now you have to decide whether you interact with China and the United States. I think that's something that's worth asking for all of us in the room, right? And this is something I could be wrong, but take it with a grain of salt. But something that I always constantly think about is that, well, if you're put into that position, then for a lot of the Latin American countries, basically it's I'm just going to choose the partner that gives me the best deals, that gives me an opportunity to meet the goals and interests.
So, yeah, it's more complicated than that, right? Because, for example, the special relation that Latin American countries, and each Latin American country feels that it has with the United States, something that needs to be permanently worked on. Mm-hmm. And when you see, you work a lot more political issues with the United States than with China. For example, let's say, I'm just digging into my experience, that is things I know the best. When I was Minister of Foreign Affairs of Uruguay, the political issues were always connected to the United States. Let's say, to bring to Uruguay Syrian refugees, or to bring some of the prisoners of Guantanamo, or the human rights agenda we chaired the Human Rights Council those years, so one of those years. So that was an agenda that was well done with the United States. The agenda with China was a completely different one. That was it was like a soft political dialogue, mm-hmm. And then it was mainly trade and cooperation and investment. And really, my country suffered a big financial crisis, 2001, 2002. Mm-hmm. And then we were shocked by the financial crisis of 2008. And it would have been very difficult to get out of those crises without a trade partnership with China. Practically at the same time, the things that we were selling, they were more expensive suddenly, and the things that we were buying, some of them were cheaper suddenly. So it was the way out, a very important way out for us. It was the commercial relation with China. But the partnership with values and principles is connected to the United States, and that is, let's say, when we move into an ethical purpose, the relation was always, we have this partnership with the United States that was extremely relevant for us to, I mean, those days, for a small country to get engaged into a global agenda is not so easy, and somehow we did it because, I mean, we had a will of cooperating and to have a strong political cooperation in some fields.
I mean, since you mentioned, right, when it comes to the political discussion or political issues, it's definitely more with the United States. That makes me wonder because, especially during the last 5 years or so, there has been discussions, especially among those who study China's relationships with not only Latin America, but also Africa and even Southeast Asia, although in that particular region, the relationship is very different, right? That China is shifting slowly and not necessarily overtly, but in very subtle ways from not only economic, but also geostrategic, right? Not necessarily having an influence into saying, well, I'm exporting specific ways of governance, which is something that in DC is very popular, right? The so-called China's exporting autocracy. In any case, I think that one of the things that I'm curious about is that, given what you're saying, right? China is more of an economic leader or economic partner, sorry, and politically we deal more with the United States. However, when it comes to, we're having elections, right, in the region in the next couple of months, and also this year and next year up until 2028. So for the new leadership, right, the new generation of Latin American leaders in the government, right, how could they, in your view, how could they balance engagement with China, given that China has so much of a role in terms of investment, right? And sometimes those investments comes with costs. Sometimes those investments, I think that there's a lot of discussion in labor rights. There are a lot of discussions in that because Latin American leaders are really looking for these investments, therefore you have governments that are, let's say, more authoritarian leaning and whatnot, that it really helps them to stay in power. So how should this new leadership balance that engagement, right? Because on the one hand, you have China as an economic leader. On the other hand, there's this risk of what are the kind of values or what are the kind of issues that could be traded off.
There are many issues for sure. First, I think we have to look at ourselves as Latin Americans. And sometimes I feel that some of our leaders that arrive to power, they are not properly prepared for that. I have seen, in fact, I saw it in your country.
Oh, my country is a mess. From Peru.
The person arriving to the presidency without a plan of action, without ideology, and without a team, without all that. So, of course, if you arrive to power without all that, it's very difficult to find balance, I mean, related to anything in the world. And of course, you may feel more dependent on the value of trade or investment or cooperation. And the biggest issue, for example, it is when you take money because money maybe is cheaper in many ways and more expensive in many others, so it can be a complicated matter. And I think that is mainly has been the problem. So to the new Latin American leadership is to have clear their goals as a country. What do they want to, where do they want to go, what they want to be. And after that, you take what is more convenient from one side of the world and to take what is more convenient from the other side of the world. Because the worst part for Latin Americans should be that they are forced to choose. When you are forced to choose, you lose. I mean, for example, now China is like first or second main trade partner for practically every country in the region. So it's impossible to take China out of the trade equation, and not to have an economic impact in the country. Imagine all that suddenly is happening. It happens here in the United States now with soybeans producers. I mean, they have some challenges too because China stopped importing that. So, but it's about the purpose you have when you're a government, where you want to go, what you want to be. So these new leaders sometimes, they for them it's like I'm coming from the dentist, so I will use this. Sugar is very bad for your teeth, and sometimes these relations get very sweet, like very easy. So they just, and then you just start eating candies, no? And that's a very complicated. Can make you take the wrong decisions about certain things. But if you have very clear what you want to do, you can have very substantial partnerships with. And you can make it work. I was not even Minister of Foreign Affairs, I was ambassador to China. And they wanted to come with investment. So I asked them three things. One thing to Uruguay for ourselves, and three to Chinese. Well, first one was not to buy land in the country, because imagine that they are two very asymmetric countries, Uruguay and China, so they could buy the whole country for what the remaining of the matchboxes. Second, not to bring labor force, and then not to invest in things that they are already working, like I don't know, pulp mills or meat factories, let's say, or dairy product factories. So they have to come with something new, and more or less till I think too short ago, at least, I don't know now, they respected that, and it was not written anywhere. It was not agreed anywhere. It was just respected. It was just a word and a purpose, and it was respected. And going back a little bit to your previous question, is when I was at the OES, my biggest preoccupation, my biggest concern was never about China promoting autocracies in the region. Was other Latin American countries promoting autocracies in the region, like Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua, very mainly Cuba and Venezuela, that they really, and that happened too also when I was Minister of Foreign Affairs. I mean, I never saw the Chinese saying to me that we need to change this or that. But I have seen Cuban officials telling me, well, maybe it's time for here to move a little bit farther on this direction, and then you can do the things a little bit better and a little bit faster. I say, no, I have all these procedures, I have all these standards, I have all these controls, and we are staying on the same track. So it's something that may happen more in that way than the other way. I mean, and I never saw when Cubans or Venezuelans were coming with these stories, I never saw the Chinese behind them. On the contrary, it was like, okay, we have our project of countries like this, and it's not exactly like this.
And that's fascinating, right? Because I think that what Luis is saying in here, it really highlights some of the things that, as a practitioner and also a diplomat and representative of a country and organization, really highlights some of the things that in academic circles have been discussed over the last 10 years or so, in which it literally says that, well, the Chinese come, right, and they are not necessarily forcing a specific way of government or specific values, if you will. Rather, what the risk could be, because it's a double-edged sword, right? You're taking the deals, you're taking the investments, and while they might not necessarily be exporting, as the circles in DC say, autocracy or autocratic values, what they could do is to precisely highlight, right, or strengthen some of these values indirectly, because it's supporting, for example, helping sometimes providing credit lines or credit or loans and whatnot to countries like Venezuela, right? And in many ways, it really creates this trade-off. And on the other hand, it also puts a lot of weight on our countries themselves, right? And it is the Latin American countries that first need to put a stop. And I think that this is something, I mean, in my years researching Chinese investments, for example, in Latin America, some of the trends that we have seen is that it really depends in the host countries into putting those rules, putting those regulations, saying, well, this is what you can do in our countries, right? And this is how we're going to deal with you, although it seems that might not be the case.
It's true. Sometimes it's because of weak institutions, sometimes because of the wrong leadership, sometimes because of corruption. But everything can permeate and take you to the wrong direction if you don't have clear standards of in your political life or in the political life of your country. So that's a fact. But it happens quite often and practically everywhere that you see corrupt leadership, for example, and so you have two options. You just pull back, and there you let them go, or let them be, or well, at the organization I couldn't do that, but I had to fight them. I didn't have any other choice, but that. So it was. That's why all our mission were victims of their success. I mean, we were expelled from every country where we had a special mission to fight corruption. And it's, so, and the other option is commonly applied. That is, they just bite. They just bite, and they just go on. And that is we can blame others, but we should blame ourselves. We should blame ourselves. It's something that if we don't have the right standards, the right values, that is our problem. That of course is very fertile for whatever, and there all the things come. So imagine that 2008, something like that, 2008, 2009. I was ambassador to China those days, and the Venezuelans were already asking for some cooperation, political cooperation, in order how to implement a one-party system. And they were very reluctant, the Chinese, to deal with that. But it was a purpose already for that Venezuelan leadership those days. So it's something. Sometimes our Latin Americans wanted to go faster into that than the Chinese themselves. So it's yeah.
So it's on us, basically.
It's on us. First of all, it starts from us. Let's say, if we are not the right people, then we can get it very wrong, and then we can really make the things derail. And I think that is a problem. But it starts from us. Those, for example, those I mentioned Chile and Uruguay because they are sort of small, medium-sized countries, small countries, and they have had very strong partnerships with China, and they have not changed one thing. And you take on the other side a big country like Venezuela, rich in resources like no one else in the region, that has completely been swept. So it's a lot of how you see and how you play the game. Because if you want to play it wrong, of course, with the wrong rules, may happen the wrong things.
This actually makes me think, and I'm going to add this additional question that was not in the list that was given. So forgive
and you
me.
can share your comments too. I mean, you know a lot.
No, of course, but I want to take advantage of your experience. But this is something that based on what you were saying, right, it really makes me think into the more optimistic perspective, right? It's on us. Every single country has different interests, right? And as we have heard from early on, right? When we think about a group like CELAC, right? It's not an actual institutionalized organization. It's just a network and whatnot. But then we have the OAS, we have the Pacific Alliance, we have Mercosur, et cetera, et cetera. We have so many sub-regional blocks. So my question, and that makes me really curious, is that do you see a possibility, right, or a opportunity for most, I wouldn't say all because that's very challenging, but most Latin American countries trying to get together to actually use some of these already existing multilateral organizations in how to best deal with China? Is that even a choice? Is that even a chance?
We should be much more integrated than we are. We are not Latin Americans. We are not integrated at all. That's a problem, and you see it not only in the relation with China. You see in the relation with the United States, where everybody is trying to survive, see what is going to take from all these stories. I mean. That is a problem. We have a very individualistic approach in practically everything, and we have. I mean, Latin Americans. I mean, I always put as a paradigm. Argentina, is there an Argentinian here? No. Argentinians are brilliant. So if you are an Argentinian, it's brilliant individuals. They have 5 Nobel Prizes, 3 of them in sciences and all that. But their collective project of the country is permanently derailing into a financial crisis. They have had more financial crisis, except for Congo, for the rest of the countries in the world. Mm-hmm. So that is, I think that is the biggest challenge. And the countries, they also behave in a very individualistic way. And they want to take advantage of their position, their situation, of their interest, and not go together. Mm-hmm. It's more probable that the probability is higher if, for example, Uruguay as a country has always been keen to have an FTA with China. Not always. When I was Minister of Foreign Affairs, we were not into that pattern, but in the past 5 years, we have seen that. Mm-hmm. And China will not go to an individual FTA with Uruguay if they don't do it with Mercosur. So they are more careful of that than maybe we are ourselves. It's something that they have seen. I mention my country because I know it, but it has happened. It has happened all around. It has happened all around.
Right, and that's fascinating because it really tells us about how strategic Chinese players are, right?
Very strategic. I mean, those days when I was Minister of Foreign Affairs, also we won the endorsement of GRULAC to become members of the Security Council in United Nations. So when I first asked for their support, they asked me not what I was going to do, or they asked me what were the Brazilians thinking, what were the Argentinians thinking. I mean, if it were something that we were doing in some coordination with the region, or we were just throwing a bullet for ourselves. And so that everything was, it was very, sometimes they have this strategic, they have the strategic view permanently.
Right, because it's not, and I think that this is something worth highlighting, right? It's not a conversation of coercion. It's rather saying, well, let's have a discussion. Let me be not overtly in the sense of what I want, but rather let me know what you want.
Yeah, because if they may say, if some countries of your region may oppose you, maybe you're not so convenient, for example.
Right.
That was the case mainly.
Right, and that also brings back to the discussion of agency, and I think here I'm gonna disagree with Josh early on. Sorry, I'm not using my speaker mode here, right? That when we think about agency, it's not necessarily binary, because the idea of agency sometimes is like, well, either you become more assertive in what you want, or rather you are more at the behest of in this case of China, right? But rather, I think that one of the ways that we could think about it is like a spectrum, because we not only have central governments, the national governments, we also have the subnational governments and also smaller players that when China sees that I cannot deal with this, right? Therefore, okay, I'm going to back up, or perhaps I'm going to find strategies.
I could see it at the OAS too. I mean, they knew that for us it was very hard to take $1 from China because the temple would fall on us. We may be losing more. That means the USA contribution. And so they never push it. They put the money there. I say, no, thank you. That's it. And I was never like forced into it. It was like, okay, maybe it's better for everybody that this money doesn't go into the OAS. And it happened a couple of times. We didn't, the last 5 years, we didn't take $1 from China. So and it was okay. Okay.
This just made me think of something that I was reading a couple of weeks ago, and I think that Oliver Stunkel, who is an excellent Brazilian expert and also works in China, and I remember him mentioning, and this will go tie with my next question, right, is that usually when we discuss China's presence in the region and its influence, especially in different organizations and countries, we have this conversation that China's already there, how do we deal with it? But then another question is, well, how would it look like if China were not there, right? And that goes tied with the question is like the US, and this is the question that I have, right? The US has definitely changed or has shifted its approach to the region, especially in this current administration. It has become more coercive. There's more talk about military, for example, right? What's happening right now in Venezuela. So I'm curious about what your view is, because as someone who led the OAS, right, the United States part of it, so how would you consider these different shifts in U.S. policy, foreign policy? Do you think it's a mask recalibration, or is it really a turn back, right, towards the old, if you want to use academic terms, more like hegemonic views that the U.S. has, and trying to regain that dominant position again in Latin America?
As your friend said, China is already there. It's the main trade partner. It's one of the main investors in every country in Latin America. But at the same time, somehow it complements the United States. It's not, for example, I take Uruguay again. If we would like to sell what we sell to China at the same price, it would be impossible. And the same amount would be impossible. We mainly compete in soybeans, in beef, or in cellulose, and whatever. So it doesn't have any sense for us to discuss this trade relation or this other trade relation. It's a completely different trade relations and based on different approach to the market, to the Uruguayan market, and our approach to these two markets. Like it's different with the European Union too. Yeah, you mainly need both. And what happens, of course, is that those that they are, as I said at the beginning, those that they have these democratic values and principles, human rights values and principles, they go with that to the international agenda. Then they are more, it's more likely that they will have a relation of that kind with the United States and will be closer with the United States in order to deal what is happening in the international agenda with democracy and human rights. About your specific question of more coercive, yeah, I have. As I told you, imagine I arrived here with Obama administration, then came Trump administration 1, then came Biden administration, then Trump administration 2. So it was like I was taken from one side win and then the other one permanently. At the same time, in every administration, I had people that liked me, and I had people that didn't like me, and that's it. And those they liked me in every administration, they tried to help the organization to keep its role, and those that they didn't like me, they even wanted to fire me. So it's something that it happened. I got used to. So if the things get, let's say, nasty one day in a way that you are forced to choose, let's say Latin American countries are forced to choose USA or China, that the only loser will be Latin American countries. Because we need these partnerships for what they mean. And we need to help them, and we need to work them permanently. Yeah, I don't feel like you don't surrender your principles. No, it's very difficult to surrender your principles. It's very hard. In that sense, I feel like the most contrary person to Groucho Marx and his approach of I have these principles, if you don't like them, I have this other. Right. I only have these principles and I'm attached to them and I deal with them as much as I can. In politics, you have to have timing and feeling. That means you have to have gears. Sometimes you go first gear, sometimes you go fifth gear and at full speed. But you don't move from where you are and what you are doing, mainly because it's what you know the best. So I would say to any Latin American countries, if China gets nasty with you, okay, stand up. And if United States gets nasty with you, stand up and do it. Just do your things.
So I'm going to push you a little bit more on that.
Okay.
Just because or more on your comment, right, in saying that China in many ways complements or let's say that it doesn't necessarily play the same role as the United States, right? But then when you are thinking about today's world, the changing dynamics in which you have a very contentious relationship between these two powers, right? Do you think that China will play a role or is already playing a role, right, in counterweighing the role that the U.S. is having in the region or might have, given the recent shifts, right, that the U.S. has had in its foreign policy? I'm just curious, right, because I would like you to say, like, well, yes, if you want to deal with China, like, you have to stand up. If you want to have to deal with the U.S., you have to stand up. But at the end of the day, these countries are caught in between, and sometimes they cannot choose. So do you think, I guess, and this is the very like wordy academic in me, so my apologies to everyone. It's like, when is she going to get to a point? Do you think that China might actually help the U.S. in dealing with some countries and in making better choices or choosing the U.S. versus China? I mean, I'm just curious.
You know, it's so different because, for example, and these days you can see it clearly. I mean, and it's not exactly, but let's say something like that. It's something that, it's not exactly like that, but something like that. It's, Americans, they play chess, so they go straight to the king. And Chinese, they play mahjong, so they go around you until you cannot, till you can be good. So it's a different approach. It's a completely different approach. In American politics, in 2 years you have already to prove yourself because you have the midterm elections, and in 4 years you have to prove yourself even more because you have the presidential election. For China, that is not a problem. They think or they know that the Communist Party will be in power in 100 years, and that allows them to have a long-term strategy that is, of course, more convenient to their interest, and very very unlikely they will come to you and shake you because it's not approach. It's not how it works for them.
And I think that this really goes to my next question, and that goes directly more towards the Washington, D.C. China policy community in here, right? Because I think that that's something that we have seen and are aware of is that, especially in D.C. circles or in the U.S., China is a player that needs to be counter or contained, right? Especially in Latin America. But for us Latin Americans, as you mentioned and highlighted, China plays a much more complicated role, right? So I'm curious that what do you think it's one thing that the DC China community should understand, right, about the region's interactions with China vis-a-vis how Americans themselves look at China in the region?
Yeah, I don't want anybody to understand anything. Everybody understands whatever wants. So from Washington, let's say, if I look at the world from Washington, of course, my biggest concern would be to be losing hegemonic power, and the size of my economy now doesn't represent what it represented after the war, and now China is sort of closing the gap. So that will be my concern. How you make it work in your favor, in my humble view, is that leadership usually is about friends. You know, that is valid for the classroom and it's valid for the world. I mean, you go into a classroom, you have more friends than the others, you will be the leader just because you have more friends. And at the end of the day, you have to have more friends and more trade partners and more substantial political dialogue and a stronger cooperation. And that's what builds the leadership. I mean, if, and that is, but that is my view, or maybe a view that somebody is coming from a very small country, but it's how I feel that politics should be worked. I mean, it's something that you get into a place. When I was Minister of Foreign Affairs, I had more interpellations than any other minister in history of Uruguay, 13. And for me, it was sitting there, looking at the senators, and okay, I have the votes, so I can deal with the issues. And I have the friends, I have the votes, that's it. And that is what I mean, that's mainly the role that you have to play. If, let's say at the end of this dust bowl that we are in now, at the end of this dust bowl, United States has more friends, more political dialogue, more cooperation, and more trade partners than China. Okay, we'll keep the hegemonic position. But if at the end of this dust bowl, China will have more friends, more political dialogue, and more trade partners, then that will change.
So would you say in this case that, I'm going to challenge you there, right?
Okay.
And play devil's advocate. Do you then think that over time, perhaps not now, but in the next couple of years, do you think that the leadership or the influence between these two powers in the region, right? I mean, there's always going to be competing, but do you see that the Chinese leadership is necessarily a threat to the U.S. leadership? Or do you see them, because based on what you're saying, right, it seems that it's a mix of perhaps a threat, but on the other hand, also, right, these are two different leaders. These are the two different powers through which Latin American countries are taking different things, are taking different interests. So do you think one taking over the other, or do you think that countries are just going to deal with whatever comes best for them?
Exactly that. You did a long tour to go
I mean,
straight to the point.
Question, right?
Right. Exactly that. I mean, knowing my fellow Latin Americans, they will do what they think is more convenient for them. Sometimes they get it wrong, but they will do what they think is more convenient for them.
And that really also speaks to the, and this is something that the region has been criticized for, and ourselves, right? That there's no necessary continuity in our region, in the sense that the decisions that are made are usually based on.
No, there is no continuity at all. I mean, it's always like we are Latin Americans. We are so foundational that we always want to start from zero, and we have. Before that, we want to destroy whatever our predecessor has done. It's mainly our approach. We tried to do that when the government of Mujica, but then, for example, Mujica had 2-3 big projects that they were completely, our party, the same party won the elections, but the projects that Mujica had were completely put down immediately with the new government. So he's sort of, Uruguay, that sometimes we are example for some others. I mean, so we are very foundational. So we would like very much to do our own thing and our own way, and and we lose continuity. We are permanently losing continuity. We like to start from a square one. That is something that is not recommendable ever, all the time. It's a pattern.
Do you think that because again, you did mention that there's no integration in the region or whatnot. Do you think that an improvement of that could actually help us in better dealing with these bigger partners, or do you continue seeing this more bilateral, more individual approach?
Yeah, this is. I never blame our colonial heritage, but about this I do, because the Spanish colonies, Latin America, they couldn't trade between them. They have to trade with the matrix, and then the thing, I think, should go from, let's say, Montevideo to Madrid to Sevilla or whatever, and go back to Cartagena, for example. That is insane. And if you see all these countries, how they split in pieces, it's mainly that it was every port has its own country. Even Montevideo, that we had our own country, that we had a little thing. We ended with a country. That was not the purpose for quite a while. So I wish that the integration could be easier. Also, the phase of development where we are makes it impossible, because let's try economic integration, commercial integration. For that, you need a different level of industrialization. With the level of industrialization that we have, it's impossible, because the complementarity comes with the industrialization and technological development. If you just export, let's say, coffee, soybeans, beef, and iron and copper, it's very difficult. How you will integrate that with other countries in Latin America? So the level of development is marking the level of integration, in fact.
So let me flip that question the other way around, and that really goes back to our first question when I was trying to think about China's role in the OAS. Right now, let's just break it down to integration. So it is more difficult for our region to become integrated. So what's the role that China has played? Do you think that China has made it even harder for us to integrate, given the different pursuits that each country has towards China?
Good examples of the opposite. I mean, for example, Uruguay trying to negotiate by itself an FTA, and the Chinese saying, no, we don't do it if it's not with Mercosur, for example. Things like that. I think it could be helpful at a certain moment, like, for example, something that we have negotiated Mercosur for 25, 26 years, 28 years, the agreement with the European Union. That's very relevant for a country like Uruguay. This agreement, Mercosur, European Union, is extremely relevant because of trade policy and because of discipline, because it has a set of rules, and that means that our partners may be disciplined in their trade policy. It's something that we need a lot, because you see that trade policies in the region are very creative. Here too, but there too. We have a very creative trade policy.
So let me go back here. Oh, sorry.
No, it's just okay.
No, let me go back to the more individualistic approaches, of each country, and going back to the lack of continuity in our region. So, like I mentioned, we have had elections. We're having elections this year and also up to 2028. And in comparison to 5 years or so, or 10 years rather, we have seen a slight shift towards more right-wing governments to a certain extent. Or if you want to think about it not in non-ideological ways, we see more incumbents winning elections versus opposition, right? So I'm curious what your take is into how these political shifts are going to affect, right, our own strategies or plans in how to deal not only with China, the US, but also other external actors, right? For example, we have, you mentioned the European Union. I mean, this is the first time that I've seen the European Union talk so much about Latin America, for example, in the last 5 years. So I'm curious how, based on your experience, not only as foreign minister, but or Minister of Foreign Affairs, but also in these multilateral organizations, how these political shifts might affect it.
Political shift, alternation is always so blessed. I always do it. Because we have lost democracy in 3 countries of the region. The other day I was reading a phrase of Schneider that said that you don't know the last time you make a love, and you don't know the last time that your vote may mean something. And that is something that is extremely relevant in Latin America, that you're always, Latin Americans are always courting with the autocratic temptation, and that is something that, so far we keep alternating in power, that will be great. And if we can, at the same time, but we need leaderships with more substance when they arrive. We need a lot of substance. Latin America can play a role, but if we have substance, if we have something, if we have a purpose, if we don't have a purpose, we will not play a role. It will be very difficult. It will be very difficult. So no matter what I have had best friends at the ES. That's the good thing about the ES. We had left, right, populists on the right, populists on the left, center, middle to the one side, middle to the other side. And that was great, because was what kept the organization alive, all this political discussion. Mind-liked groups, like on the right, like Lima Group, disappear when the positions in the region changed, disappear. And the UNASUR disappeared too, because when there was a shift to the right, then just UNASUR lost sense. So we need this. We need to understand our diversity, our political diversity, and make this political dialogue as rich as possible. But to have a purpose and to have substance. Sometimes you're struck by the lack of a plan of action or view of what you want to do with your country.
So would you say it's more the lack of vision, the lack of clear ideology as a region rather than...
More than clear ideology. If you see ideology in Latin America these days, there are no production of ideology these days in Latin America. The right stopped producing whatever when the Berlin Wall fell. And that stopped. That was the end of the war, the end of history. They really took it seriously. They stopped it there. And all the ideology of the right is from those days. And the left is sometimes it's going even back. Sometimes some of the speeches of our leftist leaders sometimes is of the 60s or 60s, the middle of the Cold War, the middle, not everyone said, the middle of the Cold War, insane. So the lack of ideology production in Latin America is a problem. It's a problem because it means you can reach power just talk your way into power without knowing so much, without bringing a team, without bringing a plan of action, without bringing anything.
One last question before we go to Q&A. I think we have about like 10 minutes or so, which is fascinating. Hopefully, for everyone here in the room, it has been an interesting conversation. I guess my last question to you would be, what would you recommend, right? Especially for everyone who is in the room. I mean, we live in the US. What would you recommend DC circles, if you will, right, in how to approach the region, having in mind China's presence, right? Because I think that, as I mentioned before, we talk about China's here and it is something to be contained and whatnot. Yet at the same time, one thing that we usually, I would like people to challenge with is like, well, what could the US do? What could the US offer, right? If China is not there, right? In such a way that you highlight why the US is the best partner. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Just curious.
Yeah. I like your question. It's show Latin Americans that you're a friend. It's something very important in Latin America. Friendship is very important, and you could do whatever for a friend. You need this. I mean, you need a relation that is from mind to mind, but is from heart to heart too. And let's say, sometimes I feel that there is a need for example, this is important, for example. This is important. And sometimes the United States is not doing that to Latin Americans. Make them feel that they are true partners and they are true friends. And you don't pick them up. And it can be from the right to the left and wherever. And that is, I think that is, because there is nothing you wouldn't do for a friend. But people don't talk to you so good or something, then you may think it.
So perhaps use a little bit more of that discourse that Chinese players usually use, right? We are friends, we are beneficial partners. I mean, that's what China usually does.
It's not exactly that,
okay.
But it's not exactly that. Sometimes, maybe Latin Americans, we are in need of love from everywhere, and it's not coming. And maybe we need that. It doesn't matter if we go right with your interest or not. That you still like us, and that you will think for our well-being. That's what friends do. That's what friends do.
Okay, well, thank you so much. We're going to open up for questions from the audience. If anyone has, so right there, please.
Thank you very much, Secretary Almagro. I'm Sergio Guzman, the Director of Colombia Risk Analysis, and as you probably know, the EU Select Summit is next week. Is next month, and following up on something Victoria said, there's not going to be one but two elephants in the room, which are the US and China. So how do you think Latin America and the EU are sort of navigating this very complex balancing act?
Great. Yes. I think there are bigger problems between the European Union and CELAC than what to do with USA or China that will be present and not present in the room. The thing is that European Union standards, they pretend to take care of democracy and human rights. So if they have to go to a meeting where they have to be silent about crimes against humanity, of systematic violations of human rights in Cuba, Nicaragua, and Venezuela, that will be already a complicated meeting. European Union wants a position in Latin America. It has always been very hard for European Union because, for example, a long-standing issue that I really hope that soon will be resolved, but I have been hoping that for quite long. And it's the agreement that I mentioned between Mercosur and European Union. If that agreement doesn't come, it doesn't become a reality, then what we may feel is that maybe those that they are committed to democracy, that maybe Europeans, they are not so committed to democracy after all when some interests have to be approached. And that is one of the things that is extremely relevant. The other thing is that if this agreement is not a reality suddenly, then it's like we just keep talking. We keep talking that we share the same values, we share the same principles, but these principles, they are not properly worked and they are not properly activated. So, yeah, and the friendship wouldn't be a bad thing either. So something that would be great to have that feeling. But those things is some pending agreements, some pending discussions, some commitment to the democracy and human rights in the region. So that it would be great to see. So let's see what we see there. If we see something of that, or just we see some money for some specific projects that they just go there and they don't make a change in anything, like we have seen in the past, I don't know, decades.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think, Madam over there, and then there was one, I think, here, Parsifal.
Yes, thank you very much. Marta Lagos, Latino Barometro. Secretario, I'm afraid I'm going to pose a very impertinent question.
No, that's great.
Why on earth are we talking about Latin America? Because is there a Latin America? Maybe the problem is that we have no Latin America. This is something we use. It's easier for us. We think we have a common culture, a common language. But look at Germany. They united 30 years ago, and you still have East and West. You still have two cultures. We have 18 different cultures. Who cares in the southern cone of Latin America what happens in Mexico or Colombia or Ecuador? Nobody does. I mean, is the OAS not the reflection of that? I've been there. I was at the Mercosur Latino 2 weeks ago. You have all these countries and they speak against the wall. They don't speak to each other. So is that not an explanation for the fact that we don't have integration? It's because we don't have a Latin America. While Africa has at least the African Union. There's more Africa as a region than Latin American as a region. Is it not so the case?
Can I ask one? Because it's
Okay.
Okay, sure. We can combine both.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you. Building on that, because it's right down the same track. Couldn't agree more. We've been talking about integration since, the Gran Colombia, and it's always been, and you mentioned several initiatives over the last 20, 25 years, basically ideological groups that when, governments shift, they just simply crumble. If we do part from that premise that Latin America does not exist, what other alternatives are there to promote the kind of bottom-up integration instead of keep on waiting for our governments to have all the same conversation over and over again, just different decades with different topics. There has to be other approaches that are more, let's say, solid on the ground, that do build from the bottom up. It takes way longer, but it doesn't require the leadership from governments that, to be honest, has failed for 200 years.
Yeah. If you look back to your notes, I said that in a different way. Our approach always is individualistic as persons and individualistic as countries. And we want to get our share, and we want our interest to accommodate our interests in the best possible way. We try to find an identity that has always been very elusive. It's a language sometimes, and some patterns of culture, and some that we have in common, that sometimes they talk in Latin America about lost decades, and I would say what you said. We have 200 years of lost decades, and we are not able to build something from there. And our problems are the same that they were 200 years ago. I always put an example of my country. 1815, Artigas, our national hero, did land reform, agrarian reform, and put a list of priorities that were widowers with children, Afro-descendants, indigenous people. That was the list of priorities. 210 years later, we have the same vulnerable groups, where poverty is single mothers with children, Afro-descendant population, that is 8% of the population, is 40% of poverty. And indigenous population doesn't count anymore, because immediately after our independence, they were exterminated in an awful genocide. So those problems, they remain there. We are the most unequal region in the world. We have stratified societies, all that. And we have these 200 years of lost decades, but that doesn't put us together either. And we try to keep resolving each country, and each country cannot resolve itself, because it's very difficult for a country, it's very difficult to be rich in a poor neighborhood. It's very difficult to be developed in an underdeveloped situation, environment and context. So yeah, I agree with both of your questions and your views. But Latin America is a way that we pick it up to call ourselves, but it simplifies the relation of the rest of the world with us. So just let's have a talk with the Latin Americans there, and that's it. And not considering, of course, these so individualistic approaches and different approaches that we have. And it's a way of not having priorities either. It's impossible to have priorities that can go from Mexico to Tierra del Fuego. It's a lot of different things going on. So that's it. My time is over. But I agree with your questions. Your questions you have already answered them. I don't like to answer questions that I have already answered when they give them to me. So.
Well, food for thought, right? How can Latin America think about integration and the factors? In any case, please join me to thank Luis Almagro for having his time with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
No, thank you. So I have the big letters here in red telling me that time is over. There is lunch outside this room, so please feel free. And we are reconvening at 1 o'clock.
Yeah, we will reconvene at 1 o'clock for our discussion on the African policy briefs.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, welcome back. My name is Joshua Eisenman, for those of you who just joined us. I am a professor at the University of Notre Dame. I'm thrilled to welcome everybody back for our all-star panel here. I'm thrilled also to stand next to my colleague, Ellis Adams. Ellis and I worked together to put together 3 briefs along with 22 authors in Ghana. We held a workshop in May in the Peduase Valley Resort, and for 3 days we had people from 11 different countries in West Africa, all of them experts on mining, forestries, and fisheries, who came together and who worked on and put together 3 briefs. These briefs, which are now published and now available as of right now, are looking at the questions with regard to China's role in West Africa on these 3 issues, and then proposing policy recommendations for West African states in order to help deal with those questions. And this is really at the heart of what the CGSI does, which is to work on these issues as well as propose concrete solutions and amplify voices of folks within the Global South. And we're thrilled to have that support from the Ford Foundation to do this work, and we look forward to doing more of it. So without any further ado, I'm going to go ahead and pass the mic, or I think you're mic'd up, right, to my colleague Ellis Adams here to run the panel. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thanks, Josh, for that generous introduction. It's a pleasure to be here with you all. I think the previous panels we've had have been amazing in that they've provided a lot of synergies that we can sort of cross over from or build from. So I'm excited to be here to help us all think through China's impact on the environment and natural resources in Africa. Although our focus is West Africa, the implications are for the region in general. I just want to begin by underscoring that the environment and natural resources space is of extreme importance to China. But it's really important that we understand the tactics that China uses in assessing resources, both using these tactics as opportunities to help African governments and policymakers, while at the same time aiming to extract resources, so that we sort of have a good dialogue about what the implications of such extractive practices are across the region. So to help me here today on this panel, I want to introduce our African scholars here who would be having this conversation with me here today. From my extreme right, we have Professor Richard Asante, who comes to us from the Department of African Studies at the University of Ghana, Legon. And Professor Asante works a lot on resources governance in the context of China-Africa relations.
Thank you.
Next to Richard, we have Dr. Asma Belem, who focuses broadly on political economy of foreign aid, but has really been interested in how civil society organizations broadly respond to Chinese impact on the environment in the region, primarily West Africa. And then to my immediate left, I have with me Dr. Jerome Tando, who is an associate professor in ecology and sustainable management of land, who comes to us as an expert on forestry and ecology, but somebody who is also consulted widely by the Ivory Coast government when it comes to how it responds to some of the challenges from Chinese interests in timber and wildlife resources in general.
Thank you.
So thank you all, fellow panelists, for joining me. I sit in here as an expert on water and fisheries who would also chime in from that perspective as needed. So we would dive right in. So to begin, let's set the stage for what the problem is before we even get into the policy challenges and think about solutions and China's tactics. So if you could all offer very brief remarks in your area of expertise, what the extent of the problem is when it comes to China's interests. So Jerome, how about we start with you thinking about forestry, timber resources, wildlife. What is the scope of the problem?
Okay, thank you very much, Ellis. It's my pleasure to participate in this panel. And as we all know, African countries are going through a number of challenges, climate change, land degradation, biodiversity loss, and vulnerability of ecosystem and communities. and the fact that the Chinese have been investing so much money in infrastructure setup and land conversion in, West Africa has, I would say, amplified, the challenges I was talking about, earlier. So what we are seeing is that they are not creating a number of challenges, but they are amplifying the challenges that already exist. That's good to note. And also the fact that they are not taking care of the sustainability of the environment. They are not taking care of the impact they are generating is also part of the problem. We all know that there are a number of weaknesses that goes with what African countries are implementing in terms of project management, in terms of governance, and if sustainability measures are not taken, I think we may end up, worsening the situation from biodiversity, dimension, local population livelihoods, and biodiversity loss. So I think we should bear in mind that Chinese are not creating new challenges, but they are, worsening existing challenges. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jerome. Asma, how about you add your thoughts from your work in Burkina Faso and others, how these problems are being created or exacerbated?
Okay. Thank you for inviting me to join this important conversation. My observation is that most of these issues stem from socioeconomic development problems. We do know that many African countries have an infrastructure gap across several sectors. It is transportation infrastructure, it is energy infrastructure, it's ICT, and it has been part of the development strategies of many to develop those infrastructure to gain in terms of economic benefit. And there you have China as a major provider of development finance for that specific area, but having built decades of expertise in that area. So the finance that China provides is also attractive or offer a kind of flexibility to the African government. The resource for infrastructure deals, for instance, allow them to implement those long-standing development projects. And both the infrastructures and the mining do have environmental impact because it may be, railway crossing sites that are high biodiversity areas. And you have similar type of issues with the mining project. And I would say with the mining, because illegal mining also takes place with the involvement of some Chinese actors. And if you take a look at the mining laws of many African countries, you would see that there are numbers of requirements before actually getting the permit to mine. Exploration permit, you would have clauses around mitigating the environmental impact after extracting the mineral, investing in community development. But if the mining happens illegally, all of that, is sidestepped, and it has an environmental impact with no one to hold to account. And you have other sectors that I am less familiar with, logging, illegal wildlife trade, and fishing. Perhaps my colleagues will add to that. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks so much, Asma. And I want to pass the baton to Richard, who is coming to us from Ghana, where we are in the middle of a major civil society pushback already against illegal mining with the Chinese involved. And so we would like to hear your thoughts on mining as a space where we see a huge Chinese presence. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you also for your kind introduction. So I would say that the scale, the magnitude, the volume, the speed of Chinese involvement in the mining space, particularly illegal mining, has been extremely damaging and is leading to what we call environmental terrorism. And here are the reasons. Consider 5-year period between 2008 and 2013. Ghana received more than 50,000 Chinese nationals who all went into the extractive sector, and they operate without due respect to environmental safety and standards. And so basically it's free for all business. Then in addition to that, Ghana and West Africa have become major hub for minerals, including critical minerals. And since the Chinese government attaches a lot of importance to securing minerals from West Africa for its own industrial production, it's been able to sign major deals with West African government, and those deals are what we call infrastructure for resource deals, which comprises, gold and bauxite. So because West African countries are faced with huge infrastructural deficit, Chinese government offers to build infrastructure, critical ones, road infrastructure, transport, hospitals, schools, etc., in return for your resources, which include gold and diamond. So much of the deals have been signed, and here also the exploration and exploitation of those gold resources are done with abundant carelessness, without due respect to safety standard and environmental protection. Then again, you can also see that we're beginning to have a situation where mining has occurred in West Africa for centuries, right? But historically, it was done using traditional implements, the shovels, and but those traditional implements created very limited destruction to the environment. What we're beginning to see with the involvement of Chinese is that they've brought on board some technology which are, very sophisticated, the excavators, the bulldozers, and the level of destruction it could create within 10 minutes of excavation is so huge that, it normally creates a lot of problems. And then also we're beginning to see a lot more Chinese coming into the extractive space, but then again, without respect to mining rules and regulation. Why? Because of weak governance, institutions, they are able to exploit, to cause those challenges. So in short, I will say that increasingly we're beginning to have rising and growing number of Chinese in the extractive sector, but the way and manner they go about with the exploration, coupled with weak governance, institutions, that grants them the permissive environment to be able to abuse and destroy the environment, makes the environment extremely damaging. For example, think about it this way. With respect to deforestation, destruction of the water bodies in Ghana, what we are beginning to have is the statistics point to a very, very serious trend for the country, that because Chinese actors use hazardous and dangerous chemicals, in exploring and exploiting gold resources, using cyanide, mercury, it creates a lot of pollution. So nearly all the major river bodies of Ghana that supplies water to local communities and cities are all polluted and no longer fit for purpose. The experts say in the next 5 years, it is very likely Ghana would be importing water. But beyond that also, the health challenges that comes with the use of cyanide and the mercury is that increasingly in Ghanaian hospitals, we're recording higher levels of, defects, birth defects, respiratory diseases, cancer, wild range of sicknesses and diseases. And that is what has, spared the civil society momentum to push the government to act and to act now. Because the issue is about survival, it's about sustainability, it's about long-term development. It's also about human security. And so basically, I would say, again, that Chinese impact in the extractive sector has been extremely damaging, and something has to be done to reverse the trend. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you so much, panelists. I want to come to this question of the different actors that work together with Chinese actors to enable these kinds of processes of extraction to happen. I want to speak just briefly on within the fishery space, what is happening. And what we see is it used to be that the Chinese were viewed as only interested in the bottom end of the supply chain, come in, harvest the fish and leave. But increasingly what we see is that the Chinese influence extends across the supply chain as what they often present as economic win-win for the country and China. So one example would be that instead of China extracting fish or harvesting fish from local waters illegally, sometimes in the exclusive economic zones, they are beginning to build fish feed companies along the coast. The goal here is that we are here to make use of fish kills, for example, harvest unwanted fish and turn them into feed that you could also use for your own aquaculture, for example. But what we see is that some of this feed is then taken to China, used in aquaculture, and then re-export the tilapia fishes back on the African market to create more competition. We see Chinese influence in little things like truck drivers within coastal areas in the region, go to Mauritania, Guinea. So it's a very extensive operation that enables collusion with local governance actors, for example. And so I want us to understand this as not just go in and take resources, but really partner with the actors that matter that could enable these kinds of sophisticated operations to happen. So I want to turn this back to my panelists here to just think about within the sectors that they represent. Here, timber, rosewood, smuggling from the Gambia, a major issue right now that West Africa is dealing with, that cuts across Ghana, what have you. So how are these happening? What are the local connections or processes that then facilitate the Chinese imprint on the sub-region? I'll start with Jerome.
Yeah, I think what Chinese used to do is to have strong connection at local level. And of course, they have some people who work at the top level in the government, but locally they are well organized so that they have people who introduce them, and they have with them, I think, people who have strong power at the local level, at the community level, so that they can, I think, take advantage of the fact that they have resources, and also the fact that poverty is endemic to those areas. So I would say the main, I think, reason why Chinese, they easily get into this area is because of the resources they have, because of the poverty I think those communities are facing, and also because of corruption of local, I think, government or local representative. So, of course, there are some NGOs who may interact, but you know, in Africa, NGOs are sometimes politically motivated. I think they have strong connection with politics, so that they are not fear when it comes to making decisions, siding with local community. So if we don't train local communities to fight for their rights, if we don't help them, I think, know about not only their right, but how to speak up, and I think we can still face these issues. So I think what we need to do is make sure that the youth, I think there is a kind of inclusion coming to youth, women who are, I think, a very key component of the local society, so that they can stand for their right. Otherwise, I don't see clearly what, because as a, political level, even at the regional level, it's sometimes very difficult to pass the message about what is going on the ground. So there's a kind of lack. There is a connection gap between top politicians, I think, and people who are on the ground fighting for their right without means. This is what I can say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Asma, your work really targets civil society with specific examples for how they push back. How do you see their role vis-a-vis other actors in this very complex web we're trying to understand?
They do play an important role. I have a case studies where they successfully preserved a forest that was supposed to be partially declassified in order to establish a new China-funded project. You have cases elsewhere in Kenya, for instance. There was one case of, I believe it was a coal power plant that received the CSO pushback, and that was also quite successful. They play an important role. Sometimes what also plays in their favor, or why they push back, I would say, usually you see the environmental problem at the forefront, and that's what mobilized people at first. But in my own case study, I also saw that it was the lack of transparency. They didn't understand why choose this specific site for the project, whereas it could be done elsewhere. And that allowed them to have sympathizers. And you may have other movement sympathizers that only because they observe other cases that happen outside of their own country. For instance, I observe what is happening with illegal mining in Ghana, yet I'm from Burkina Faso, and I don't know, it creates a sort of skepticism that motivates people action, yeah. And I would add to the other question of the collaboration of of actors outside of Chinese actors in those environmental problems that we are observing is that, for instance, in the illegal mining, if you take the mining laws of some African countries, for instance, they would mention that artisanal mining can be done only by locals. It has to use very rudimentary techniques, and no chemical must be used. And usually those permits to acquire them and in order to process is kind of easy and not that expensive. And you have some locals who use that right and sort of sublease the land to Chinese actors to operate, and in exchange they get maybe paid or get a share of whatever is being extracted from that specific place. And in that process, the mining doesn't take place in an artisanal way. It's almost maybe semi-industrial mining, because they would use more advanced tools to be able to extract the mineral. They would use the chemicals. And that's also one way through which other actors are involved.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, Richard, why don't you share what we know from Ghana and the region broadly when it comes to actor complicit or complicity here?
Thank you very much. This is a great question. So basically what we have is local elites. These are very powerful politically connected people, and they include local chiefs, ministers of state, cabinet ministers, business people, security, couples, extremely very, very powerful people. So basically what they do is that they take advantage, of weak governance institution, political patronage, elite capture to be able to secure mining licenses and also concessions. But they are also mindful that for them to be able to reap the level of profit that they anticipate, they will need to collaborate with Chinese actors who have the finances, who have the technology and the resources for them to be able to mine and secure the economic rights and the benefit that they need to do. So basically, that is the way in which they are collaborating. And overall, their actions have been extremely damaging. And in Ghana, precisely that has been the case. And that makes the fight against illegal mining extremely difficult because you are not dealing with ordinary people, right? You are dealing with people who are politically connected. Yes. And they have become traditional gatekeepers because they benefit financially from illegal mining activities. And so they also refuse. And they often harass civil society and other actors who step forward to fight against illegal mining. And they are so powerful that their influence reverberates powerfully also across the sub-region. And beyond that, they have networks that often turn into criminal networks. So yes, visibly they are present in Ghana, but you can find their counterparts in other neighboring countries and beyond. So it's really a network of a group of powerful people who operate in Africa, taking advantage of the excessive, political patronage and elite capture. So basically, I will say that it is very much part of the elite capture debate that is ongoing. But overall, their activities have become extremely damaging, and it's difficult to get them to stop what they are doing.
Okay, thank you. I want us to get to this question of how West African or African states balance the environmental risk and the economic opportunities that these kinds of activities might bring, which is a very important sort of space to debate. Our expertise represented here, fisheries and water, myself, forestry, mining. One space we haven't gone to is energy. As one example where China plays very well in a space. Africa has over 600 million people without electricity. So that's an example right there where China has become the top distributor of portable solar panels, for example. So when the Chinese comes in, often it's about we would accompany Africa on your own green energy transition system. We would accompany you to be more green. We would offer less loans to fund coal plants, and we would instead help you build dams, hydroelectric dams that are often greener. But with that comes the question of these economic opportunities, employing locals, but also dealing with very visible environmental impacts and how that plays into local views of the Chinese as either a risk or as opportunity creators. What can you offer in terms of what you know about this African views in the context of these kinds of challenges? Let me start with Richard and move this way.
Thank you very much. So China's involvement in Africa generally has attracted considerable debate as to whether they are offering as opportunity or they've become a burden. I think in either case, both positions are true. On one hand, they represent an opportunity for Africa, but on the other hand, also more of a risk. So this is how I see it. Mining in Africa is not just an occupation, it is a lifeline opportunity for millions of families. But the challenge is how do we balance, economic gains, as against environmental stewardship and social responsibility. For me, that is the biggest challenge. Unfortunately, many African governments have become so dependent on China and are focusing on short-term economic gains. Oh, China is bringing us some jobs, some trade opportunities, some investment. Yes, that is correct. But if you juxtapose what China brings to the table in terms of job creation and investment, trade, and other opportunities, as against the environmental, damaging effects, then I would say that the damage on the environment far outweighs the economic gains that is often touted as China bringing to the table. And more so when you have a certain kind of local elites who also benefit financially from the system, then it becomes very complicated. So in short, I will say African leaders seem to prioritize the short-term economic gains from China and ignore, the severe environmental damages, issues about sustainability, issues about survivability of the people, issues about human security, and above all, long-term development. So basically, that will be my position. And I think that something has to be done, as I indicated earlier on, that we have to strike a fair balance as to how we go about, achieving the short-term gains, whilst at the same time keeping an eye on environmental stewardship and social responsibility, which will ultimately benefit the African economy and, of course, the local peoples whose livelihood have been destroyed as a result of irresponsible, unsustainable mining practices.
Thank you so much, Richard. Asma.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't recall the data from the finding from the studies that tend to evaluate Chinese soft power or approval rating in Africa versus other external power. But in general, I do think we can try to disaggregate the public opinion a little bit. The elites, as my colleague mentioned, tend to be favorable of China because they see the economic opportunity, perhaps they have political agendas that involve building infrastructure, and they think the way forward is through collaboration with China. And you have the other aspect, which may be some elite benefiting from it directly through corruption. But I would say African scholars or maybe highly educated middle class may have a nuanced view of China. I would say the civil society, especially environmental NGOs, or the communities who have been really impacted by the Chinese project. Maybe they were displaced, or maybe as a result of the mining, there was, I don't know, water was contaminated and they could no longer farm or fish. Those definitely would not have a positive view of China. And then in the business community, again, it depends. In Africa, my own observation is that I have seen a lot of businesses getting their supplies from China, traveling there regularly to buy their merchandise and sell it locally. Perhaps it will influence the view on China based on traveling there, seeing how China is in some specific area. But you may think of other industries that face heavy competition in Africa due to import of Chinese goods, and those people would have a different sentiment. So yeah, I think it depends on who you ask. Yeah.
Thank you so much. That's a very nuanced view of the multiple actors involved. Jerome.
Yeah, thank you very much. I would say I think countries don't have only friends, but interests. This is a say from a French, I think, a president. I won't name him, but what he said, I think, a couple of years ago, once Africans were challenging the relationship between France and French-speaking countries. So I think it's high time African countries stand for their rights and their interests. Chinese, they have their interest coming in Africa, putting in money. So it is a responsibility of our leaders to speak of sustainability. You bring in money, more than 200, billion of dollars have been invested so far in Africa. That's good, but what about the sustainability? Are we talking about sustainability? That's the reason why African Development Bank, I think, is struggling to help countries build what they say it calls, I think, green growth in Africa. I think each country now is busy, I think, setting up its green growth strategy. Of course, we are open to economic development, but what about our natural resources? So that is very critical. So I think, as my colleague from Ghana said, if African countries are not, putting sustainability in the balance, we may, end up losing our environmental, independence, and we may end up losing everything. Right now, in Côte d'Ivoire and in Ghana, we are facing the same environmental issues. Forest degradation, water pollution, and illegal mining with the devastative consequences is not only a country, wide problem, it's a regional, problem. So it's high time our leaders, put their forces together and think of the interests of their people. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks, Jerome. I want us to start sort of thinking ahead and looking forward, and I think where Jerome left us is a very good segue into thinking about what next, or thinking very broadly about Africa's strategic responses to some of these kinds of issues. And so let's think about, the challenges are very similar. The policy briefs are available. You could read them, all the details. When we get to the policy recommendations, it's amazing how the institutional challenges are similar across the board. Corruption, lack of transparency, complicity of local actors, weak communal responses, they are all the same. That often leaves us wondering, what would it take for our policy recommendations to actually have the desired effects? So I would come back to my panelists here in thinking very broadly about that question. What would it take? Jerome started by broadly saying that African countries ought to stand up for themselves. But who are the African countries when we had so many actors already immersed in these kinds of situations? So how about we start with Asma in thinking forward about what it would take to sort of think about responding both socially and environmentally to some of these challenges?
Okay. Perhaps what I would like to see is increasing the CSO's capacity in terms of responding to the challenges they are observing. For instance, I have seen cases where, I'm giving an example, but with the involvement of Western companies investing in Africa, and there were issues pertaining to the environment, and the way the civil society responded, or one of the action they took was to litigate perhaps a parent company, the parent of the subsidiary who committed the issue in Africa, but in the host country, in the country from which the parent company is domiciled. So, and you have supports from those Western actors, maybe like environmental justice law firms or also working in human rights that support these CSOs in their litigation. And and maybe even Western NGOs as well would be involved. And my own observation is that when it comes to China or Chinese investment in Africa, perhaps I don't see so much of that. And increasing these civil society organization capacity in responding, knowing what are the options available to them in order to hold the Chinese companies to account, not just domestically in the host country, but also perhaps in China, understanding better Chinese laws that could be applied to the cases that we are observing in Africa and using them to their advantage in fighting will be great, yeah.
Thank you. Richard, how about we take your views on this?
Thank you very much. That's a very interesting question. So for me, I will start by asking myself, if you really want to deal with this phenomenon, is to begin to ask yourself, what are the drivers of this illegal mining that is contributing to these environmental challenges? So weak economies, right? Lack of job opportunities, rising unemployment, especially among the youth, economic disparities and inequalities after several decades of implementing structural adjustment and neoliberal economic reforms. So clearly, there are issues about the economy. There are issues about rising poverty and unemployment. But I'm not suggesting that this provides, excuse for people to destroy the environment. Nevertheless, I believe that we need to tackle our economic issues head on. Then, after resolving the structural economic issue, we need to think about leadership and the political will. Clearly, the evidence on the ground suggests that in countries where leaders have taken decisive measures to deal with the rot of illegal mining, they seem to be achieving positive results. Now, our counterparts in West Africa, Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso, which are presently governed by military junta, have taken that bold, decisive steps to reverse the destruction caused by the environment, including foreign actors, the Chinese. And they have begun to achieve some results, and their citizens are happy about it. That kind of progress is currently attracting attention in Ghana, where we are struggling because of lack of decisiveness and bold commitment on the part of our leaders, that Ghanaians are beginning to tell our leaders, look at our neighbors. They are not democratically elected. They are military juntas, but they've been able to, tackle this issue and achieve some limited results. So in short, what I'm saying is that in countries where leaders have taken bold, decisive initiative, they seem to be making progress in dealing with the environment, compared to countries where leaders are very weak and they are unable to take those decisive steps. But beyond that also, we need to also look forward to the role of civil society. It's extremely important. In Ghana, leaders only act when civil society organizations put pressure on them. And thankfully, we're beginning to have a coalition of civil society organizations that include civil society, the media, and other local community groups. They are holding our presidents, they are holding their feet to the fire and putting enormous pressure on them to act. And they're beginning to yield results. So in Ghana today, there is a strong momentum on the part of civil society, and they will also need some support It is only when we internationalize the struggles of local civil society and community groups that we are able to achieve some results. So I hope this meeting, for example, can help local civil societies to build or to tap into those global, network of civil society actors and like-minded organizations working on the environment. I think this is extremely important. Then, of course, we should also be able to leverage our diplomatic engagement. African countries have very strong diplomatic engagement. United States of America is a strong, actor and continues to have a strategic influence in Africa, together with other allies in Europe and also North America. Will be able to build a very strong and contribute to sustain this momentum that will help local civil society groups and, of course, government also to turn the situation around. But to be able also to succeed, it is important that we hold China to fulfill the promises and the pledge that they have made with respect to green financing, green development, and then, of course, green diplomacy. If you look at the document, China has made various pledges. One, stop coal financing, and also renewable energy, solar, hydro, wind, and so on and so forth. We're beginning to see some progress, at least in West Africa. Information available to me seems that since 2021, there has not been any new financing of coal plants, so that is great, that is positive. And then also in Ghana and other West African countries, China is investing in solar and then wind and a few, that's also very encouraging. Nevertheless, it's full of contradictions and inconsistent. That is why we need to hold China to the feet, hold them to the feet, and then ensure that they fulfill the promises and the pledges that they have made with respect to green financing and securing the environment and environmental safety standard. Then finally, we also need to learn from the best practices from China itself. When China became aware of the level of environmental degradation it was facing back home, it took stringent measures, very uncompromising. All those who were involved in any form of causing damage to the environment were arrested. Some were thrown into jail for several years. Some, their accounts were frozen. And, at the community level, leaders who failed to assist the Chinese government to fight this menace were denying some support and funding to their communities. So basically, China's attitude was to adopt stringent measures to tackle these challenges. So I find it strange and sometimes confusing and full of contradiction when China refuses to support African countries to put her own citizens who are involved in environmental damage. But rather, when they are arrested and put before the courts, it sometimes leads to diplomatic tensions. So as we speak now, in Ghana, we have two separate rules in our constitution. The constitution doesn't allow for that, but presently, that is what we have. So you arrest a Chinese citizen involved in illegal mining, you arrest a Ghanaian citizen from the same pit involved in illegal mining. The Ghanaian citizen is likely to end up in jail. The Chinese national is likely to be given a first-class air ticket to fly back home, cannot be tried in Ghanaian justice system. This, for me, is unacceptable. And so we need to hold China, to be able to respect our laws and also to fulfill the pledges that it has made with respect to the environment. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Richard. I like your idea of contradictions here because we see that time and time again across these environmental sectors. But that often leaves you wondering that if China says we are stepping away from providing loans for coal plants, for example, as our indication to you that we are the green country and we care about green technologies and investment, while The flip side of that same coin is about interest in mineral extraction, for example. Go to Angola, go everywhere across the broader region. And so trying to tease out these kinds of contradictions, it's not very easy, because then you have to understand not just China's posture, but really as an accompanying state that is interested in bringing its own green technologies to the region, helping you with infrastructure, training your personnel, and how African states ought to reconcile these kinds of contradictions. So Jerome, how about we get your thoughts, and then I would open it up to our audience to join our conversation.
Okay, thank you very much. I think I'll be short. I think my friend from Ghana, captured, my ideas. But what I think was missing is political willingness. I think it's missing in Africa. People are not very willing to impose a sort of restriction to Chinese, because they have money, of course. But what about, conserving our biodiversity? What about making sure that the project you are implementing is sustainable? It's not just for the short run, but mid and long term. The second point is, strengthening the capacity of local communities. That's very key, because local they need assistance. They need their capacity to be built and understand what all these are all about. When it comes to it, it's about putting in money, preserving our biodiversity, our forest resources, our ecosystem services. I think they need to be aware of, keywords, and make sure that Chinese, not only Chinese, but investors are keeping, international rules. And I think what is missing is a kind of database on natural resource management. This is a gap. There is a gap that needs to be bridged. Me, I'm a scientist, and sometimes you need to struggle to get the facts, have them documented before coming to an audience like this and giving your views. So we scientists, we lack data, and unfortunately in Africa we don't have data. Okay, data are being kept by government officials, by scientists. Everyone is keeping the data for for himself. So we need to make sure that data are well collected, they are available, so that policymakers can rely on them to make decisions. We call them evidence-based decisions. Okay. And last not the least, the issue of civil society is very key also. But as I said, in Africa, our civil societies are I don't know about Ghana, but in my place, you cannot rely on them 100%. So we need to make sure that they are doing the right thing, and they are standing for, local population, even for society, not for themselves only, not siding for given politicians. So they need to be trained, okay? They need to be connected to international NGOs so that they can, make the right decision and make the right advocacy. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. One very obvious gap in our discussion has been the role of the regional body here, if it's West Africa, ECOWAS, but AU also broadly for the region. What I would do is to have my audience reflect on that quietly as we invite questions from the audience, and where relevant, connect some of our thinking here to the role of the regional bodies. So how about you pass the microphone around, and you can decide the order.
Hello, thank you. My question is mostly for Mr. Asante.
Okay.
When you were talking about illegal mining in Ghana, I found very interesting parallels with illegal mining in Colombia, because that's also a huge problem in Colombia. But there was a very interesting difference. In Colombia's case, the largest underground mine, gold mine in Colombia, is being run by a Chinese company, Xijin. And the illegal mining that's going on there, it's actually against the interests of the Chinese mining company, to the point that the company claims that 60% of their mining operations have been taken over by illegal mining, run by the largest organized crime syndicate in the country. The mines have been bombed by the illegal miners. The Chinese run operations have been bombed. And then that gold is not being taken into China, but it's being sold to the United States, to India, and to the UAE through front companies. So my question to you is, what is happening with the gold that is being taken out of Ghana, and how is it taken out? Are front companies being used? Is that gold being taken to China through Chinese gold companies? Or is the gold not even reaching China?
How about we take maybe 2 more questions and we give our panelists time to respond, just so we can cover a bit more ground. Yes.
Thank you very much. It was a really illuminating discussion. But I also think it's important to look at Africa in terms of the regional bloc. So what you're seeing in West Africa in terms of the extractive industries, the environmental questions around fishery, mining, illegal mining. I mean, if you look at Southern Africa as well, you got the question of illegal wildlife trade.
Yeah.
And that's something that's very important to consider in Southern Africa and perhaps in other parts of the continent, because that also feeds into a network of smuggling and other kinds of issues, as we see in South Africa. But I think my question to the panel is, on the way forward, it was interesting that all of you spoke about how to get African agency or leadership. And I'm wondering if it's political will or political determination. How do you differentiate between the two? Because we keep hearing about political will in Africa, but we're not seeing the political determination. And one of the things that recently came up in a discussion on the African Continental Free Trade Agreement was, how do you actually regulate the kind of engagement around external actors within African institutions? And perhaps that needs to start off even at the regional economic community level. Thank you.
Great question. One more. We can take one more. Here, I'll come back to you. Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Maureen Farrell. I work with a Nairobi-based American company called Valor, and we help facilitate Western mining companies' operations on the continent. I'm also a non-resident senior fellow here at Atlantic Council Scowcroft Center. Appreciate the description of the challenges that you've identified, and I'm wondering if you could reflect on the decisions that have been made in Guinea and in Tanzania with respect to their mining markets. In Guinea, they've canceled a number of Chinese mining concessions, somehow for environmental, but more so because they didn't like how the Chinese were not developing against contracts they had. And in Tanzania, to speak to the drivers' issues that Mr. Asante, Professor Asante, you referred to, the Tanzanian president has insisted that there be some valuation that requires to be happen in Tanzania, which has made it such an economic paradigm that mining companies don't want to invest because of the economic trade-offs. So could you reflect on those 2 examples, and if there's another African country that you would lift up as a positive example of how governments have been taking action against some of the challenges you've identified? Thank you.
Okay. All right, I will have Richard respond in the context of mining, and then I'll pass on to our other panelists to broadly respond to some of these questions.
Okay. Thank you very much. Great questions, great questions. So I'll start with the first one. Where is the gold going? That is an extremely complex question. So generally by law, Ghana had institutions that had to buy gold from both large scale and small scale on behalf of the government. Presently, the government has introduced what we call Gold Board, and with the necessary legal backing. So in Ghana today, you cannot buy or sell gold. You can only do so through this vehicle called the gold board. And so that is interesting, and part of it is informed by the question as to where is our gold going. Most of them are smuggled through illegal means to the Gulf states, to Switzerland, to the United States, and elsewhere via organized crime networks. These are sophisticated groups. How they operate, nobody knows it. And because they are smuggled, the country does not earn any tax revenue. So they deny the country of the needed resources by way of tax and so on and so forth. Our vice president, former vice president, at the time that Ghana had challenges and then some ban was imposed on small-scale mining, visited Dubai and was shocked with the volume of gold reportedly from Ghana in that country. So they had the data and the statistics to show the amount of gold they had received from Ghana. But that data was not available in Ghana. The vice president got to know of this data when he visited. But it was at the time that a ban had imposed on gold. So how did this happen, that such large volume of gold was sold there? But then again, it also relates to the structural problems and challenges that we have in Africa, which is that our economic model is based on the colonial one, though most African countries are 60 years and above. So there is less diversification. So the goods are taken away without being processed or value being added to it in Ghana and Africa, where it could have created more jobs for the locals. So we are losing, and we don't even know where the gold is going. But we hope that with this new gold board and the measures that they have taken, in fact, they've arrested, within a short period, the gold board came into being. They've arrested a lot of people, Indians, Chinese, Americans, and so on and so forth, who had tried to smuggle gold to those countries. So that is it. We don't know where the gold is going. We don't know how much we are producing. We don't know how much tax revenue we are getting from it, because a lot of them smuggle through illegal routes via a very complex network. That is the job that they do.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. If I may pass on to Jerome and Asma here in response to Sanusha's question. On Guinea, I would just say briefly that the Guinean example is basically saying we hold you to your own contract. It's basically what happened, that you would mine, but you would employ locals in your mining ventures, and said once that is not happening, we are booting you out. So I think there are a lot of lessons to learn about sort of cleaning the contract first so you could hold these Chinese miners accountable based on what is already on paper. But I want to return to Sanusha's question here. We talked a lot about timber, of course, rosewood, but we also have everything, ivory, pangolin scales, all of these illegal wildlife products moving from West Africa to China because of demand. What can you say about that?
Yeah, I'm sorry not to have mentioned that. I think when we talk about biodiversity loss, it's all increases. Okay, not only I think floristic biodiversity is concerned. We're also talking about wildlife. Right now, West Africa is a global hub of I think wildlife trafficking. Okay, especially Nigeria and other countries. But Nigeria is the hub, the regional hub of illegal wildlife trafficking to Asia, specifically to China. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Asma, any thoughts before I hope to get at least 2 more questions before we wrap up?
I was kind of thinking about how politics or electoral politics works in Africa. In the cases where we have seen, let's say, a development project that must be implemented and in a site which is a high biodiversity site, and CSOs are campaigning to preserve that specific site. In those cases, I also see the impact of how politics works in Africa, because those projects, they are sort of labeled as the achievement of a specific leader or a regime ruling the country, instead of, I don't know, like the simple outcome of institutional governance. And that has an impact because sometimes it leads to, skipping the step, not following the laws, and causing the problems that we are observing. Okay. And I would also mention with the laws, for some countries, I have seen for Burkina Faso, if you go through the different environmental laws or other government decrees that have been adopted to implement those laws, you have a series of things that must be done before implementing projects that could be sensitive, and it includes environmental impact assessment, right, consulting the local communities, and so on. But when you go through the entire thing, they would tell you that when you get the result of the environmental impact assessment, it's in the Council of the Ministers, based on the advice of the minister in charge of the environment, would decide whether or not they would go through with the project in that conflictual site. And so it seems like the laws give so much power to the government. And that could be because they are outdated. Maybe they were adopted a long time ago, since colonial time. And perhaps we could, that's where we may also need the involvement of the regional economic communities, because they have so much capacity in sort of writing new texts that are applicable to the current challenges. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, so if we may steal 3 minutes of your coffee break, that would help us respond to the last 1 or 2 questions, if you would be generous and give us that. So why don't we take your question?
I want to stay on this, this idea of Chinese organized crime happening in Africa, because I actually see a lot of similarities with what is also happening in Latin America and the Caribbean. Illegal, unregulated, unreported fishing, these groups basically cornering the market in a lot of these illicit things. I call it the underground of the Belt and Road Initiative. But can you unpack this a little bit? I mean, to what extent do you see any connections between these Chinese criminal actors and Chinese state-owned enterprises? What has the Chinese government been doing to maybe help local African countries deal with Chinese organized crime? And can you give us a sense of the pervasiveness of it? I mean, is it just, what percentage of this illegal activity are specifically Chinese organized groups, and as opposed to Americans, Europeans, and others?
Okay. I think Richard might be the best position to answer this. Yes, okay. You want to take it.
All right. So yes, Chinese organized crime is very visible in most West African countries, together with their local collaborators. As to what's the magnitude of the problem compared to other countries, I will say that increasingly the number of Chinese organized crime actors are higher compared to those from other countries. It's largely so because of the numbers, in the extractive industry, and because that is where basically they are moving. And they've emerged as a very dynamic group, and their modus operandi, their strategies continue to evolve. And because they operate in an environment where governance institutions are weak, that gives them create a certain permissive environment for them to exploit, to function. It has helped them to become established with strong networks from other West African countries and beyond. So they are very strong and deeply entrenched on the ground. With respect to what the Chinese government is doing, whether to help reverse or so, I would say that presently there is very little that the Chinese government is doing. Basically, what it says is that, well, let's dialogue, let's dialogue, let's dialogue. And then the Chinese government will say, oh, for diplomatic reasons, hey, if you find any Chinese person perpetuating crime, arrest them. So on the one hand, that is what it tells you on the camera and on public event. But on the other hand, when they are arrested and paraded before the courts, they are certainly not happy, especially when the BBC and other international network broadcast their crimes, they don't seem to be very happy about it. But that is where I believe that it's full of contradiction, the relationship between China and Africa with respect to some of the promises and the pledges that they make. So on the one hand, they say, oh, it's fine, we want to help you to fight the crime, but on the other hand, there is very little that they are doing. So basically, this will be my response. And that appears to be very frustrating, and it is not helping. But more so, I think if you look at the leverage that African countries have vis-a-vis that of China, Africa is operating from a weaker side, largely because they have become so dependent on China, and they also have a very strong relationship with China, and so it becomes politically sensitive to deal or to hold the feet of China to the fire. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any more hands up, so I think we get to close on time. It's been very fascinating. I wish we could continue. There are so many connections across the sectors, but I hope that you've enjoyed our panel. Thanks for making time to be with us. We appreciate your presence here. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. So this panel, throughout the day, we've heard a lot about the role that China plays in development and in economic assistance and in some of the challenges in Latin America and Africa. And this panel is going to look at the role the US plays. How can the US lean in and be a better partner? How can we compete more effectively? What are the tools that we have to do that? And what is our current situation in deploying those tools? We are incredibly lucky here to have kind of the triad of US overseas financial assistance on this stage. Meredith Potter is currently the executive director of the American Security Fund. I got to know Meredith when she was leading the Asia and China competition program at the Development Finance Corporation. She was focusing on information and communications technologies globally and China's lending and investing globally. She helped grow DFC's exposure in Asia to over $9 billion and DFC's exposure in ICT to over $1 billion, including by working with the CHIPS and Science funding. Meredith was really at the helm for some of the biggest successes that I'm aware of under DFC. So we're really happy to have her here and also post-DFC, so she can be really frank and honest. That's a theme. So we have Adam Frost, former Senior Vice President for the China and Transformational Exports Program at the Export-Import Bank of the United States, where Meredith was breaking new ground at DFC. Adam was doing the same at XM. In less than 3 years, he helped turn an unclear mandate into a cumulative $3 billion plus in lending against the Bank of China's competition mandate. He helped level the playing field for US exporters around the world and laid the groundwork for XM's first 5G and critical minerals transactions. And Michael Schiffer, former Assistant Administrator, Bureau for Asia at the United States Agency for International Development. Michael served as Assistant Administrator of the Asia Bureau from 2022 to 2025. And I saw Michael leaning in to find new ways to use USAID and the development mandate to help countries tackle their China challenges as well. Before that, he served on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, and before that, as Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for East Asia. So this trio has basically the deepest expertise of anyone I know on how we utilize these three core tools for US foreign assistance. So, to get us started, Meredith, let's start with you. I saw DFC notch some pretty key successes during your tenure that I still get confused about why they're not more broadly known. Could you share a little bit with us, just from a Development Finance Corporation perspective, what were some things that worked? What does it look like when we show up and we deliver and we get it right?
Well, thank you, Melanie. I'll start by saying that DFC is young. It's new news in the US government. And that's probably my primary answer to why aren't these successes better known. So I have to thank you. When you were at the State Department in the Undersecretary's office, you were a great champion for DFC, for including DFC in conversations about increasing economic resilience and deterring economic coercion and things like that. And it sounds fundamental, but it's true. If your organization has been around for 5 years, 6 years, sometimes not being part of a conversation is as simple as having not been on the invite list. That never, ever, ever happened with Melanie. So thank you, Melanie. As for some of DFC's successes, when I have a conversation like this, I sort of hate to be reading from notes, but I've written down numbers because I don't want to give you all inaccurate numbers, and then I'll try to ignore this. But I think the first thing that has worked for DFC is to work up and down supply chains, to think about supply chains broadly and comprehensively. So in that bucket, I'm thinking about our $55 million deal to support nickel and cobalt mining in Brazil, our $50 million deal to support rare earth processing in South Africa. After becoming convinced that processing is a challenge and a priority unto itself, you can support the mining, but you're nowhere if you aren't equally concerned about refining and processing and even offtake. So DFC has had some success working up and down the supply chain would be my first point. The second is, I think DFC has been successful working with local and international private sector partners. In other words, being the bank of the United States government that does not have a US nexus or a US content requirement. That requires a bit of humility, but it has enabled DFC to do things like work with a Turkish company to expand and operate the Freetown International Airport in Sierra Leone. That was a particularly exciting transaction for us because in terms of the China of it all, that deal resulted in the cancellation of an agreement with Beijing that would have been a more expensive project for the same airport. We worked with a Greek company to acquire and refurbish a shipyard outside of Athens, Greece, which Costco, C-O-S-C-O, not to be confused with Costco with a T, the big box retailer based here in the United States. But Costco, the Chinese state-owned enterprise, or SOE, was also interested in winning the rights to refurbish and operate, which for DFC was particularly concerning because at the time of that tender, Costco already owned the majority stake in the port of Piraeus nearby, sort of just down the street, which is one of Europe's largest commercial ports. So in that way, having no US nexus, no US content requirement, which is different than XM, different than Adam's experience, has been beneficial for DFC. I'd like to see that continue. There's a real extending the concept of partners and allies to the private sector and saying we're willing to work with this Turkish or Greek company that meets international ESG standards that has this really exciting commercially viable project. Third, I would say that the same is true of governments. So working with local and international governments as partners has gone quite well for DFC. One of Melanie's and my, I would say, favorite transactions in the strategic competition space that DFC has ever done has been to work with our Japanese friends and our Australian friends all in the same transaction to provide financing to an Australian trusted operator of telecom networks to acquire the largest telecom network when it came up for auction in the Pacific Islands. That was Digicel Pacific wanting to leave the Pacific Islands and Telstra being interested in acquiring it, but needing financing, needing help. And it was just not something that the Australians could take on by themselves or we could take on by ourselves. And so both we and the Japanese ended up providing credit guarantees to Export Finance Australia, which financed the transaction. That was huge for us because one, telecom is huge in the strategic competition space writ large in terms of defining the future, our digital future, our AI future, and things like that. And also in terms of the particularities of this deal, just the size, the magnitude, the impact of this particular telecom network, which serviced more than 5 Pacific islands, more than 50% of telecom users in the Pacific. So when we work together, both in terms of financing the private sector, but also as financiers, on the financier side, working together has gone well for us too. The last thing I would say in terms of what has gone well for DFC is maybe the most fundamental point, like fundamentally making it 10% easier for the private sector to invest in emerging markets has gone well. I want many people in this room, either because you serve your government, you have served in your government, you'd like to serve in your government again, to know that America is in the business of sustainable economic growth. We're in the business of local jobs, construction, products, services. And I would say this administration in particular is in the business of private sector-led sustainable economic growth, and that's exactly what DFC does. In terms of what it needs from you for that model to work, it needs your partnership. It needs you to think of DFC as a bank you could go to for financing. Tell us, I don't work there anymore, but I'm a big fan. Tell DFC your economic priorities, your economic vision for your own country. It's incredibly helpful for a small operation like DFC to know that for the next 5 years, your digital infrastructure is more important to you maybe than your agricultural infrastructure, just because of your concept of your economic priorities for your country. It can help DFC prioritize in response, get you to the right people, that kind of a thing. DFC cannot work with private sector companies to bid on tenders that it doesn't know are coming up for auction. So market intelligence, and I would say the earlier the better. DFC is not in the business of buying shipyards, right? When it hears of a tender, it has to go out, find a private sector partner partner that is interested in buying the shipyard and work together with them to come up with a financing package so they can add what we call a letter of interest or a letter of intent to their bid and say, if I win this auction, one of the things it comes with is a stamp from the US Treasury, a very reliable credit partner, finance partner. So partnership, the end.
Awesome.
That's good.
So, Adam, you took over the China portfolio at Exim, I think right after Congress gave it the mandate to get out and compete with China. So you had a huge role kind of writing that rule book and figuring things out and pushing the boundaries in good ways. I think you three share that, innovation and leaning in. And Exim just announced a critical mineral deal, which is great, and I'm sure you were in on that from the beginning. Can you share what's happening with Exim and critical minerals, or what are some success? What does it look like for an Exim to succeed?
Absolutely. Pleasure to be here, pleasure to see everyone. I feel like up here on stage we're getting the band back together. Back a couple years ago, we were all sitting on other sides of the tables having these exact similar conversations about how to compete. In fact, I should say, you and I first met in Vilnius. Once upon a time where one of our NATO allies was under a situation of, call it, economic coercion. Emily and I were literally inventing how are the U.S. going to respond to such a situation. And fortunately, Exim Bank stepped up and helped find a solution to that particular problem. So with critical minerals, what I'd offer you, if you take a step back, for those show of hands, who's familiar with the Export-Import Bank of the United States? That is far more people than I expected to actually raise their hands. I'm very impressed. So what you got to remember is, of course, it's an export promotion agency, right? This is export credit, which is separate from development money in the United States. And what you've been looking at, what you've been watching at Exim over the last 5 years, 4 or 5 years, is a slower than some of us would like, but process of innovation to try to get after some of these questions. So the first one that Melanie brought up, the China Transformational Exports Program, which I had the privilege to run for several years, was an idea of saying, hey, how do we help U.S. exporters level the playing field if they're facing unfair financing? We wouldn't want foreign governments or foreign buyers making their decisions on the financing alone. It should be on the quality of the goods and services. And if it's the financing package that's making the difference, then Exim should be a little more flexible in its lending to order to get after that. While we were there, one of the things I started to learn about was these questions of critical minerals and how do we start to wrestle with these questions. And what you learn, at the end of the day, I'm personally of the opinion that for particularly projects overseas, domestically in the US, the general tool is going to look something like project finance, right? And from a banking terminology, where what you're lending against is future offtake contracts, not the net assets, the value of the assets as they hand, because they haven't invented the thing yet, right? The mine doesn't exist, the refinery doesn't exist. And because Exim does project finance, I was like, Exim should help. We should be part of this solution. So now what you've started to see out of Exim is 2 new programs, which are demonstrations of them trying to innovate. So you're familiar with typical, what we would say, foreign buyer finance, lending money to overseas partners, governments, or private sector to buy American goods and services. We rolled out a new program called the Make More in America initiative, where what they would do now is lend domestically to the US in order to increase the volume of exports they can do. And most recently for the critical minerals question is now we're taking a page out of our friends from Asia, and they've launched something called the Supply Chain Resiliency Initiative, where the theory is in this case, you could lend money to an overseas project that has no US content, but has US off-takers. So to fix some of our supply chain questions, if there are battery manufacturers, auto manufacturers, pick your industry in the United States, that needs access to certain critical minerals in order to fuel their supplies, in order to be able to make their goods and services, then Exim can now finance the overseas project, provided that they're proportional to the amount of overseas US off-takers. So what Melanie was referencing was something called RZ Resources. I do remember we started talking to RZ Resources a long time ago, but the credit for this one goes to Sarah Witten, who's the new senior vice president over there, and her fantastic team that's doing a great job. And what RZ Resources, they actually did a traditional program there where they lent to the project for something called the Engineering Multiplier Program. Fundamentally, they'll lend money up front to do the front-end engineering and design to help build out, because what makes RZ Resources so fascinating is it's in Western Australia. They have both rare earth capacity within the ground. They have an actual, for folks familiar with this, rare earths aren't actually that rare. It's just people don't want to put them together. But there are places where they do tend you can find a lot of them. But most importantly, they have a refinery. So to the point we were just listening to about the access, there's pulling the stuff out of the ground, but there's the refinery problem and the processing problem. Their RZ Resources is actually going to build out a refinery there. So the Exim lending was against both the expanding the mine where it is and expanding the refining process. So that over time, what we're hopeful is that will turn into an SCRI project, rather than supplying US importers over time. It's a fascinating project, and you're seeing EXIM coming out of the gate, like really trying to get itself more active and more involved. Innovation in government never happens as fast as we want. Innovation at banks never happen as fast as we want. Now put innovation at a government bank and ask me how quickly that's going to turn. But you are seeing a lot of changes from the organization. They are trying to do more. And it's pretty fascinating. So I'll pause there. I look forward to questions.
Great. So Michael, you at USAID approached similar challenges, but from an aid perspective. So a specific group of countries in terms of economic development, and USAID was pursuing projects that had a China competition focus because the Countering PRC Influence Program, is housed within USAID, but also needed to have an aid focus. Sometimes those are the same objective and sometimes they differ. Can you share a little bit, how did you see USAID, what were the success stories? What did it look like getting that right?
It's a great question. Let me start by just sort of thanking you, Melanie, and the Atlantic Council and Notre Dame for having us here today. Really appreciate being able to join the conversation. And for those of you that aren't fluent in interagency lingo, when somebody says that you leaned in, that generally means that you were a real pain in lots of the interagency conversations and that you created problems and friction.
I think more partner in crime
yes.
across this.
Oh, that's true.
But definitely want to thank you for your service at State and really helping to lead the intellectual and the policy process as we all grappled with how to better coordinate across diplomatic, economic, growth, development, and finance elements of the U.S. government to be able to put our country and our partners and allies in a better position to be able to compete effectively with the PRC. I think for USAID, when it existed, and there are lessons to be learned here for the future, there are a few key elements. One, and this may sound simple, but actually showing up is essential. If you're not there as an alternative, if you're not there to be a partner of choice, you're not actually an alternative or a partner of choice. So being able to demonstrate a sustained commitment was something that we placed a high value on, and in some places, like in the Pacific Islands, for example, that Meredith talked about earlier, I think it had started to pay off and may yet pay off. The future is hard to predict. Secondly, we led with our values. And again, that may sound like it's something that is, simple, but it's actually a little trickier than it sounds. And we did so not just because we thought that leading with good governance, anti-corruption programs, support for strong civil society, and the like was the morally right thing to do, but because we actually think that that's the secret sauce to sustainable development. And I think you see that when you stack up the PRC state-centric model with what we were trying to do. You can goose GDP pretty easily by dropping a bridge on somebody's head, but that growth will fall off after a few years if you don't have the governance institutions in place that are able to then drive community-led economic growth and development over time. And so leading with our values was an essential piece of the economic growth and development puzzle. Thirdly, we weren't trying to emulate the PRC's state-centric model, playing to their advantage on their ground. That's not where our comparative strengths, lied. We look to build an affirmative approach on issues like a safe and secure digital infrastructure, and issues like transparent management of natural resources, which gets to the critical mineral and rare earth issues, and looking at public-private partnerships and how to build technical capacity in partner countries so that they could actually develop the prerequisites for bankable deals that they could then take to the DFC or XM, so that so that we were able to set up successful development opportunities and successful development models. And lastly, and this is an area where we were very much holding the code of the State Department, but doing so proudly, we looked to shape the strategic environment into which the PRC was emerging and playing. Right? On any given day, there was a limited amount that we could do to shape decisions that were made in Beijing, but we could do a lot working with our partners, working with our allies, to help shape the environment into which those choices then played out. And that sort of loops back to the beginning again of being a sustainable, reliable, enduring development partner in the region. Because the choices that our partners and allies were able to make, knowing that we were there, prepared and able to stand beside them over the long term, would then structure the opportunities that they would present to Beijing, or not, as the case may be, and would allow them to better leverage their equities so that they could force the PRC, whether it wanted to or not, to play a more constructive, I use that term advisedly, but a more constructive role as we were looking at how the development ecosystem might be able to evolve.
Thank you for that. So we've heard examples of when things go well. Before we start talking more deeply about Latin America and Africa, as regions, we're at this weird moment where all of these institutions, I don't know if you call it an inflection point or what, but USAID is no more. I think it's going to come back, and I don't know what that's going to look like. I don't think anyone does yet. DFC has to be reauthorized in Congress by midnight tonight to still exist, and the government is shut down, so that will be interesting. XM's turn comes next year, has to be reauthorized. On the one hand, that's a little bit terrifying because on the previous panels, I heard a lot about how China was there, China was contributing economically, and I don't remember any references to how the US was there as a key economic partner, so we want to be showing up more. And when everything's either being halted or confused, that's a scary moment for sure. At the same time, I think all of us here agree that we need to find ways to do things better. And so if this moment is an opportunity to reimagine, then that could be an exciting thing, because I wasn't hearing any of the previous panels say, you guys were amazing until, right? So I think we can be self-critical as well and look at this current moment as a one to reimagine and do things better. So to start with you, Meredith, like midnight, we have 9 hours for Congress to do something.
And not so many people working on the Hill today. So.
Everybody's in their districts, because why should they come to the DC if the government's shut down? What are you hearing about reauthorization? I will say I do pick up what sounds like enthusiasm from the Trump administration for DFC, and that's interesting. So we'd love to hear, how are you looking at the current moment, our 9 hours and counting?
Well, I want to give an answer that strikes a balance between saying a little bit of what I'm hearing, which is really sort of DC inside baseball. It's going to be interesting to some folks in the room who are policy watchers, development finance policy watchers. But I want to balance that with not alarming our friends from Latin and South America and Africa about the need for inside baseball at all. It is normal for US government organizations, particularly when they're new and they're big experiments, to be set up for an amount of time and to need to be reauthorized. So this is normal. And as Melanie said, it's an opportunity to take stock of what DFC has done well, and perhaps some tweaks that would enable it to do its work even better for however long its next tenure is. DFC, as I mentioned, is relatively new. It was created by an act of Congress called the BUILD Act, which amazing PR work from whoever came up with that acronym, in 2018, and it actually didn't open its doors until toward the end of 2019, which actually ended up meaning something no one could have predicted, that DFC's first chapter was largely defined by trying to figure out a way to do its work and make a difference at the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic. So it's okay, DFC's been through it. DFC will get through this as well, and always knew it was gonna have to make its case. One thing I will note about the years 2018 and 2019 is President Trump was president then and was the president who signed the BUILD Act into law and created DFC. As I mentioned in my first set of opening comments about sort of what's gone well, this administration is pro-private sector led sustainable growth. And so we fully expect that DFC will be reauthorized. I do not fully expect that it will be reauthorized on time by midnight tonight. So I can say a couple of things that are a little more Washington inside baseball now that I've established that I think DFC is going to be reauthorized. One plea to Congress, if anyone's listening online or watches this later, please do reauthorize DFC. I have, as you know, since left government, and I now run an organization called the American Security Fund that spends some of its time trying to connect what seems like a development or a development finance issue to strategic competition, to economic competitiveness, and above all to the technology revolution that we're living through. It's really a tech-focused organization where I'm having lots of fun applying what I learned at DFC about how hard it is to build digital infrastructure, how hard it is to build digital infrastructure in the global south. So it has been somewhat effective in my new role for me to go to friends on the Hill and say things like, reauthorizing DFC is a strategic competition issue, in addition to being a development finance issue. It's an AI revolution issue, which is news to people. But as I said, DFC is in the business of building telecom. It's in the business of upgrading 4G networks to 5G networks. It's in the business of building data centers. It's in the business of optimizing electricity grids. Wearing my Asia hat at DFC, one of the projects I got to be a part of was a smart metering project in India to try to optimize their use of their electricity grid. So all of these challenges that are facing all of us, the United States included, but the global south arguably acutely, that are related to the digital and particularly the AI revolution through which we're living, that's an educational project that I'm involved in and will continue to be involved in. I counted it as a small win that this White House's AI action plan, America's AI action plan, included mention of DFC and Exim by name as being relevant to their strategy for America winning the sort of global AI competition. And I'm not sure we were even saying that 18 months ago. So that, I think, is good news.
If you're not a cabinet agency, that's a really big deal.
I will say, in terms of the sort of most concrete in the weeds inside baseball, my understanding of the state of reauthorization on the Hill is that there are differences in what the House has proposed and what the Senate has proposed in terms of reauthorizing DFC. So now, coming out today, they face a choice between giving DFC a temporary extension to just continue to do its work for a few months while they get together and figure out what a final reauthorization package looks like, or to try to expedite the reconciliation between the House bill and the Senate bill, and to get to final reauthorization sooner. I would expect, speaking for myself, that they'll end up giving DFC a temporary extension and then trying to spend more time getting to a final reauthorization package and then attaching it to legislation that they're certain is going to move. The mood on the Hill these days is that the number one piece of legislation that will move after we have an appropriation is the bill that will reauthorize the Pentagon, the Department of War. And the second bill that will have to move will be to reauthorize the State Department, which could very much happen by that reauthorization getting attached to the reauthorization of the Department of War. Those are much older, bigger, more impactful organizations than the Development Finance Corporation, just because they own a greater totality of what the United States sort of is and does in the world. So I think it would be good, actually, to spend a few months trying to get to a final reauthorization package. If there were sort of two things that I could change about the way DFC functions, the first I would say is DFC has done pretty well. It's done pretty well in the strategic competition space. I like to think it's done pretty well in the digital infrastructure space and a couple of other energy and critical minerals, the list goes on. What that means is that DFC, having been an experiment that was at any given time allowed to have a liability cap, all of its investments, all of its exposure worldwide at any one time, $60 billion, that number needs to go up. It turns out that the bankers at DFC work very hard to find commercially viable projects, to diligence them, to run know your customer on them the same way that a large bank in the commercial sector would. And what that means is they tend to make investments where companies pay back their loans on time with interest. So we're making money for the American taxpayer over at DFC, and that's exciting. That means that the model's working, and we should probably increase that cap. My understanding is that that's a big delta between the House and the Senate. The Senate's proposal is to double it to $120 billion, and the House bill is actually to go way higher than that to $250 billion. In either case, I would point out that Exim is at like $135 billion. So DFC would just love to be somewhere near where Exim is. That would enable them to do more in the world, right? To hire more bankers, more lawyers, to do more deals, and that would be great. The second, and I am so sorry, this is the most inside baseball thing I will say from this stage. But DFC, in addition to being able to do debt financing, both through loans and through loan guarantees, is actually one of the only parts of the US government that can buy equity in companies. Like on behalf of the United States, they can buy equity in companies. They've done this in really interesting cases, a critical mining sort of platform company where now we're able, as an equity shareholder, to play a role in like sourcing going forward, thinking about a global map of the critical mineral supply chain and things like that. But because it was an experiment and because we wanted to be risk averse, the current requirement is that they put 100% one-to-one subsidy of like the appropriation that DFC gets behind equity investments based on an expectation that those equity investments will fail to net a return. The smart bankers at DFC have never made an investment that not only failed to net a return, but resulted in a 100% loss. So there's a live conversation going on Capitol Hill about changing the way that the term of art is the way that equity is scored at DFC. And I do think that both of those things will happen. I think their cap will radically increase. I think that the way equity is scored will get fixed, but I do not think it will happen today. And I think you're fundamentally right, Melanie, that it is an opportunity to reimagine development finance in an even more sort of digital, AI forward world, in a world in which USAID no longer exists, at least as an independent agency, in a world in which that's contributing to a live conversation about what State Department grant making looks like and things like that. DFC is an organization that can pay a company to build a data center in a third country and used to call a USAID or a State Department to pony up a few $1 million to then train the local population in how to operate a data center. So we need to be having a conversation about what that sort of equivalent, that part of the package looks like going forward, and being up for reauthorization is an opportunity to do all of that.
I think one takeaway I want to flag, just for the room and for, folks who might be watching online, the US is really careful with its money. Mm-hmm. And I think a lot of countries, when I was working at the State Department, a lot of countries would basically be like, where's the money? Where's the check? Why aren't you doing what China does and showing up with suitcases of cash? That's just not. I think one of the lessons that I've learned, working in Washington, is that is the opposite of how Washington operates. The US is probably at times overly careful with its money, and that it's tying up opportunities that would make money for the American taxpayer. But I think it's a good thing to keep in mind as we think about how we want to show up more and find ways to be more innovative. Adam, over to you. DFC is up tonight. EXIM is up next year. USAID has been shattered. Who knows where it might pop up again within the State Department. What are your views on, if you look at the three of you, you kind of represent the three pillars of US financial assistance and how it's divided historically and what each agency is able to do. Should we keep that? Should our, as think tankers, as policy experts, should our focus be make DFC stronger, make EXIM as it is stronger, bring USAID back in some form, or should we be reimagining? What do you think about this?
That's the million-dollar question, right? I think it's a fantastic question, and I could really use some help, particularly from some of our foreign guests that are here, for ideas about how the U.S. could do this better. Because I think, to Melanie's point, right, we live in a world right now in the U.S. system. My own 2 cents are, first of all, I want to violently agree with your comment before. I learned you can mess a lot, in my 20 years in the government, you can mess a lot of things up unless you mess up the money. If you mess up the money, they come looking for you. If you make a talking point wrong or you send the wrong email, you even have a security violation, you can work through that. But if you mess up the money, they really do send people to come find you to see what happened with that. But this gets to the interesting question, is that I would contend, my own personal opinion, I welcome counterpoints, is that the system as it exists today is a very American one in the sense that the fundamental premise or the assumption underneath why everybody's structured the way they're structured comes from the idea that government money should never displace private sector investment. Period, full stop. Now, we'll make exceptions to that rule. We don't see private sector money chasing development purposes. If your goal is the development of a foreign country for the purposes of export for foreign goods, building a better diplomatic relationship, we don't see JP Morgan chasing to do that. So what we'll do is we'll carve out a chunk of that. We'll call that development finance. We'll set up an agency that could work on that. Export finance. Okay, we get it. There are some reasons why you need to have government-backed support for trade finance, large-scale debt. Nobody's going to build a nuclear reactor in another country without sovereigns somewhere in the background providing guarantees, right? So we'll make a rule, make a very tight box around export finance, but we'll make a box around export finance. Aid opportunities. Well, we don't see, private is not going to do that. That's like a private sector, that's maybe a philanthropy thing. For foreign policy purposes, we're going to stand up an organization that can do that. And I bring that up to say that that's not necessarily the way it should all be divided up, right? If we were having this debate, so I do think the time is correct to imagine what would it take if you were to combine some of these things or change the rules. You have organizations that were set up around this idea of where we will carve exceptions to the rule. And you got to ask yourself, what is the role of the executive branch of the federal government in the US economy, in the question of economic competition? And that, I would have told you, for 30 years, that book had been closed, right? We knew what the answer was. Government wasn't part of the problem. You're part of the solution, you're part of the problem. Get out of the economy. I think everyone would agree that book is opening back up. And we are in the process right now of figuring out what do we think these organizations should be. So as we debate this, I think EXIM is going to be fine for reauthorization, to be honest with you. John Jovanovich has just been confirmed as the new president and chair. He's got a DFC background. He also knows what he's doing in the banking sector. And all indications are he's a strong leader who's going to be able to fix some of the, help the organization be more efficient internally while supporting it externally, good relations with the White House and the Hill. So I'm bullish on EXIM's reauthorization propositions next year. Now, if we were having a discussion of, let's say, you go narrowly and you say, EXIM Bank, what should you do in reauthorization? If you had that narrow conversation, not the bigger one, 2 years ago, a year and a half ago, we'd have been talking about the question of content. Is everybody familiar with this topic? If you do trade finance, development finance, you're probably familiar with content, which is, if the goal of the organization is the promotion of US exports, the question is how much US stuff is in the thing you're exporting, right? So OPIC, the predecessor to DFC, had American content requirements on it, right? So OPIC couldn't lend for development purposes if you didn't have American stuff in it. We cut that cord with the BUILD Act and gave DFC the ability to do much broader range of support that it's going to provide. EXIM still has a very tight box around its content requirements. Now, there's some flexibility on the program that I ran, but they're still reticent to do it. And it raises an interesting philosophical question, which is if the role of how much risk are you willing to take with taxpayer monies for the outcome you're trying to achieve? And what is the US taxpayer getting back for that, right? With content, Exim's argument is, well, we're willing to take very limited risk because it's a senior lender on debt side, which is very, very conservative. We always get repaid and we make money back for the Treasury. So the risk we're taking is very minimal and is creating these great opportunities. And what does the taxpayer get? Well, I can show you. I can show you exactly how much American stuff is being exported as a result of the deal we did. If you cut that tie, I don't want Exim to end up in a place where it's saying, well, what are the American taxpayer getting for this? You loaned how much money to build jobs in Iceland? Explain that to me exactly. So there's I think in this current administration, and as people think about the reauthorization questions, we do got to have a serious debate about, well, what is the return that you're getting for the American taxpayer? My answer to this question is that the content rules as they exist today are fantastic for the industries that exist today. If I make it here, if you're doing stuff in the United States, then I can have content rules tied to it to promote the export of it. But it's not a very good idea for the question of onshoring, right? Because how do I make a deal where then I increase the role of jobs or manufacturing in the United States, right? And that's something that we experimented with when we did when Exim did its transaction in India on the 5G networks, where basically we were working with Nokia and offered a lending credit to say, hey, you gotta preserve or grow the US jobs at Bell Labs based on Nokia as a result of our tie to this finance. And that's where it starts getting creative, because now you can go back to the American taxpayer and argue, for the lending that we're giving, this is the return to the American taxpayer. We're maintaining these jobs and we're helping to grow them. So I'd argue that on the content question is a very, very Washington nerd kind of trade finance debate and discussion, but it opens up the interesting philosophical question of when we do this lending or when we interact with foreign countries and we're using US taxpayers, we gotta be able to articulate back what people are getting for the risk that everyone's taking. And in particular, like as somebody who, I talk about the Digicel deal, by the way, all the time. Right, I celebrate that transaction. When I called up, first time I got introduced to Export Finance Australia, and I was talking to them, we were down there in Sydney, and I was like, can I open this meeting by saying thank you for what they did, and with the support of others in the US government. But what's interesting about it, I think one of the reasons that you're not getting the press for it that everyone deserves is because at the end of the day, the bad thing didn't happen, is it worked. Because we're not having a conversation today, why didn't the US government or the Australian government or the Japanese government do more to prevent Huawei Mobile Networks from buying the largest telecom provider in Oceania? Because they stopped it. They made it not happen. Why aren't people getting so worried about the construction of LNG facilities off the coastline of Mozambique for the purposes of feeding Chinese stranglehold on African oil production? Well, it's because Exim, along with ties and the Japanese and others, were there to do the deal out there, years ago. So when you take those, when you take a one belt, one road pin out of the map, when you pull one out of the map, nobody really needs to talk about it anymore, right? Because you did your job. And so I think one of the challenges often this is proving the negative, right? How do we do the advantage? But anyway, I'll cut myself off there and sort of say, I'd love to hear some ideas from folks in this audience as well about how should we think about reorganizing these organizations and using these tools better?
So, Michael, over to you. How do you think that age should fit into this puzzle going forward? It seems like we now have a completely blank slate when it comes to USAID and aid generally, and I hear enough voices around the United States clamoring for that to resume. Religious groups, for example, so many disparate voices pushing for that I assume that that's going to come back in some fashion at some time. What should that look like?
Well, look, I think there is a very, very good and legitimate question about how and whether it should come back. I think we need to recognize and start this conversation with the recognition that the disruption that we're facing right now, it's not temporary, it's not transitory, it is fundamental. And it's going to require a new architecture, both for the US government and for the way in which we engage in the international community, and frankly, a new architecture for the international community as well. And I think we also need to recognize that, an institution like USAID was founded at a particular point in time, in 1961, for a particular purpose, for a particular set of challenges, for a particular world. that world is not the world that we face in 2025, let alone as we think through to what 2035 or 2045 needs to look like. As a political progressive, I'm actually comfortable with the idea of changing institutions. That used to be the stock in trade of progressives. Like, we were in favor of changing institutions. Conservatives wanted to defend the status quo, right? That's now been inverted in interesting ways, particularly in this dialogue. So I do think the opportunity that we have now, it's unfortunate the way in which it unfolded for a variety of reasons, and I think we have needlessly damaged our own national security interests by the way in which the Trump administration has gone about looking at this change. But the opportunity to repurpose institutions to make them fit for purpose for the world that we are inheriting going forward, as opposed to the world that we had in the past, is a really, really important one, and one that we need to take advantage of. Now, in terms of the elements that I think need to be there as we think about what that looks like, for the U.S. government, I think it is critical, whether it's part of the State Department, a resuscitated USAID or some new institution, that we have the foundational layer for economic growth, foreign assistance, and development that USAID provided. The capacity, the technical expertise that USAID brought to the game that was essential for being able to do things like develop bankable deals by providing technical assistance to our partners so that DFC or XM or others could then pick up the baton and run with it. If that foundational layer, if that capacity is missing, then we're going to have a real problem. And so focusing on the capacity that needs to be maintained or now rebuilt, I think is an important first step. Related to that, I think we need to really approach this with mindfulness and strategic selectivity in looking at areas where we have clear foreign policy and national security interests, and where there is a strategic necessity. There's a lot that I would lump under that heading, from pandemic preparedness to climate resilience to humanitarian assistance and disaster relief, digital governance, supply chain resilience. But I think being strategically tough-minded and selective about how we think about development and where the opportunities are and where the United States has both interests and comparative advantage, that's a second important piece of the puzzle. Third, I think we need to be stressing results over process. We all played really well together in the interagency, but I think we would all be happy to share with you the reality that you already know, which is that the U.S. government is pretty badly fragmented when it comes to foreign assistance and development and economic growth. I think of one example, with Zambia's debt restructuring, for example, which was a multi-year wrestling match where Treasury had responsibility for the creditor negotiations, DFC had responsibility for new financing, state had responsibility for diplomacy, and it was tough for us as the U.S. government. It was really, really tough for Zambia. Beijing, on the other hand, was able to do one and done.
No problem.
No problem. Yeah. Right? That fragmentation, that gets in the way of being able to drive effective results. We have got to, as we take advantage of this opportunity to rebuild and to create a holistic set of institutions or a single institution, I think that is really, really important. Fourth thing, and others have already commented on this, We need to remember that our advantage is in being private sector led. That doesn't mean that it's private sector only, because frankly, right, the private sector wants return on investment, not geopolitical or geostrategic wins. And on behalf of the government that I worked for many, many years, right, there are government interests, there are U.S. Interests, there are interests that the American people have that are not purely return on investment dominated. But what that does mean is that we need to be smarter in how we think about how concessional financing works to be able to mobilize private sector investments. We did that pretty effectively in the Pacific with our Climate Ready initiative, where 25 million was able to mobilize over 500 million in private sector investments. DFC was key in making that happen. But I think that is absolutely essential. Fifth thing that I would put my finger on is being smarter about how we also work with the international financial institutions and turn debt sustainability from a weakness into one of our strengths. It is in fact a comparative advantage, as numerous countries like Sri Lanka for the bureau that I worked in when I was at USAID have experienced. And I think there are real opportunities as we think about the FEs, as we think about the Asian Development Bank, for example, in our being able to leverage those institutions effectively as we think about what a development model looks like going forward. And lastly, I think we need to be thinking smarter and be a little bit more agile and nimble in how we engage with our partners, with Australia, Japan, Korea, the EU, the UK, the Nordics. We all do different things well. Some of us do some things poorly. We need to be really playing this as a team sport as we think about what the needs are that we as a community need to be trying to meet to drive global prosperity and global security and stability in the years ahead.
Thank you. So we'll go ahead and open it up for questions. And before we do, I want to pull out, highlight two things that lie throughout, what you guys have said, is that going forward, I think there's a recognition around Washington that the United States can't afford to pay for as much stuff as it's been paying globally, and that prioritization will be the way forward. Much more prioritization of maybe regions, maybe nations, maybe sectors, but that's really hard. Coming out of the State Department, it's really hard to say no, to some countries or to say no to some sectors. So figuring out prioritization will be a really difficult task. And then, just one other thing that you mentioned, it's the fact that we have different institutions means that the US has to spend a lot of time trading information and trying to coordinate. We were joking right before we started the panel that we were often jealous of the small nations where it's one person going to all the meetings. So sometimes that person will tell us what different parts of the US government have been doing so that they can help us to coordinate in country. But these are all, I think it's helpful as we look at how is the US versus China performing in Latin America and Africa to understand the strengths and weaknesses of each as we try to figure out how to work around them. So open it up to the crowd for questions. We have two over here and one over here.
Hi, my name is David Shen, George Washington University. I spent 37 years in the State Department. In view of what you have said about the Development Finance Corporation and Ex-Im Bank and basically the abolition of USAID, and I think the Millennium Challenge Corporation has also gone the way of the high buckle shoe. Realistically, and I would agree with what several of you have said, that the Trump administration seems to be focused on support for the private sector in terms of getting engaged in development around the world. But realistically, and I'm thinking particularly of Africa more so than Latin America because the markets are very different. We have I think a much stronger both private investment and trade relationship with Latin America than we have had with Africa over the years. Africa's basically been involved in the oil sector, and beyond that, not a great deal of FDI going into Africa. What can private investment really accomplish, particularly in Africa, in order to make up for all of the development assistance that is no longer going there?
I'll take a swing. Because it was Exim Bank, so I was actually challenged a lot at Exim because it's not a development agency for how we do a lot of activities in Africa. And so if it's a trade promotion agency, I think if you were to step back, folks would say that DFC is targeting sort of the OECD low-income markets, and Exim should be middle and high-income markets, right? If you wanted to kind of divide up the markets based on credit worthiness, right? But what I found was actually at Exim Bank, a lot of the African nations have some of the best repayment track record. So one of the things we do is as deals would come forward, the underwriting team would also raise that, like, look, we've done X number of deals in this market, exceptional track record. The African nations had a better track record of repayment than European or Middle Eastern countries, or even, I don't want to say anything bad about Latin American here, but the African nations were fantastic. And while I was there, Exim actually did a couple of the largest transactions on its books, one of them with the Mozambique LNG facility, second one being in Angola, the solar panel transaction with Sun Africa, $800 million investment to bring in solar panel infrastructure from the United States with Korean panels to replace out the Chinese panels. And part of that was because the Angolan government was specifically trying to wean itself off of what the Chinese had been doing was collateralizing the debt with oil. So anything that you owed China, they could reimburse themselves with cheap access to Angolan oil, which was, in our opinion, exploitive for the situation. And I bring up those two examples because it's hard and it's in the tactics and in the weeds, but you can find good transactions. Even if the macroeconomic situation in the markets may not be ideal, that you could do a large sort of lending, you can actually find opportunities with the Mozambique example called offshoring the risk, right? Where you find ways to make sure that there's money saved in foreign accounts such that you can guarantee repayment and banks will be comfortable with it. On the Angola deal, it required a minimal amount of the sovereign backing. So the Angolan government did have to come back to say, if the project goes south, we'll reimburse to a certain amount. But you could do a sovereign loan in that way versus other places. So that's my way of saying, like, I don't have the big, easy sort of, if we only changed policy X, we could all get it done. But I have found in my experience there that particularly working with, very close on a couple deals in Botswana, in Mozambique, Angola, and some of the other African nations, you could find good deals in a lot of these markets that are mutually beneficial. And in them, I would also offer that some of the things that the Africa panelists were discussing about sort of the environmental review and make sure that people deliver on the local jobs and make sure that's a lot of the process at Exim. One of the reasons it could be so slow is because of all these requirements to make sure that when the US lends $1 against one of these transactions, we don't hear back later that it was exploitive, there was child labor, that they didn't follow any local environmental laws. The downside of that is it's much slower, right? We can't move as fast. I can't just cut a check like the Chinese can, but I would say for the long-term benefits of the reputation of the US government for lending against it and to the benefit of the buyer country, that they're not getting exploited. It's ultimately beneficial. So my appeal is saying that, like, yes, you could make some changes in some of the lending rules or some of the policy level stuff, but I think mostly what's needed is the opportunities where the foreign buyers are bringing the opportunities into Exim to say, hey, look, we think you can make a good deal in this market with good returns for folks. I think it's there.
Are we going to fight about this, Michael? Oh,
Go for
thank you so much. I wanted to add two thoughts about the African continent. The first is that Africa, in so many ways, is leading the world's digital revolution. And partly is because, as a fundamental matter of fact, the number of human beings that live in Africa. But that $1 billion of exposure in information and communications technology Melanie mentioned when she was just introducing me at the beginning of this panel, the vast majority of that work is in Africa. There's so much to be done in the digital space at the country level and at the continent level. It's a real opportunity to stand up and say things like, we stand for meeting international ESG standards. heating and cooling and other things that are relevant to operating a data center or the rest of digital infrastructure. There's also a more fundamental opportunity to say that we stand for clean networks or we don't. We stand for operators that respect privacy or we don't. We stand for being market differentiators for security conscious companies. We want Fortune 500 companies to work here, and so we at the national or at the continental level are going to make decisions about private sector-led investments, right? Tech is the perfect example of an industry where the government can only do so much. So lots and lots to do in the digital space in Africa. The second thing I would say is that Africa in many ways is ground zero, in my judgment, for the way in which the Chinese lending and investment strategy is changing in real time. I mean, as we're sitting here having this conversation, it's the continent that I look at to sort of understand what we call the difference between BRI 1.0 and BRI 2.0. What did it look like 10 years ago for China to be everyone's creditor is a different question than the one we're asking now, which is what does it look like for China to be everyone's debt collector, right? I mean, fabulous aid data out of William and Mary report that came out in the fall of 2023 that says it's hard, China's a black box, but that their best estimate is that anywhere from 1.1 trillion to 1.5 trillion is owned by countries to China. I don't open the door for my debt collector. I don't know about you all. And so we are learning a lot in real time from Africans, both in the government and in the private sector, about their changing perception of China, their changing relationship with China, and how we should be responding in kind. We are also, to Adam's point about the last panel and some of the other conversations today, we are learning a lot from African friends about like project risks, failure to meet ESG standards in previously financed Chinese infrastructure projects on the African continent. It's Africans at the local and the national level who have said it is not acceptable to build ports here that do not withstand hurricanes. Like, everything is changing in real time with regard to China's lending and investment strategy, and it really comes down to repayment risk, project risk, and the way that those two things contribute, I think, to China's thinking about a third set of risks, which is like reputational risk. So yeah, I go to Africa all the time for advice on ICT and advice on the way that Chinese lending and investment is changing.
Can I have a quick two-finger to make a compliment to USAID real quick? For those of you not familiar with William & Mary's aid data, so that is without question the best source of what is going on in a lot of these developing markets. It's sort of understanding where Chinese lending is going, and that would not have existed without USAID. Because USAID made the investment because they knew they had to understand this problem that was emerging, and they made an investment to stand up that group over there. And I mean, even when I was at other government agencies, I was sending money that way to help keep that. I hope they're still going, by the way. I don't even know what happened. Because that was a phenomenal public service that came out of some money from USAID that went to William & Mary to do some of the best work to give us the insights you need to compete. So applause to USAID on that one.
I wish I could take credit, but some of my other colleagues, like Nick Foster in the audience here, they're the ones that deserve the credit for that. Just very, very, very quickly to hop on the question, and this is in part coming out of the insights that we got from the aid data studies. As we think about where we can be a positive, a net contributor to growth and economic development in Africa going forward, we, the United States, we don't need to outspend the PRC, and we don't need to compete across the spectrum. What we need to be able to do, quite simply, is offer a quality development model that empowers our partners, that respects sovereignty, and that builds resilience. And we need to look at where the opportunities are in the private sector to be able to drive investments into projects that have an economic logic, right? I mean, one of the things that we found with the aid data studies is that, as we talked about earlier, you can goose GDP for, on average, 5 to 7 years with a bridge, a road, a football, soccer stadium. But if it doesn't have an economic logic, at the end of those 5 to 7 years, you're going to be left with debt, a non-performing asset, and particularly if it's built with imported labor, with nothing particularly to be able to show for it for your workforce. That's not a road to sustainable economic growth and development. we can help, and we should be able to help in selecting areas where there are real opportunities to be able to drive growth. And as we think about the prioritization issue that Melanie touched on, right, there are real opportunities. Meredith talked about, Africa and digital. If you do the sort of Venn diagram, if you look at mobile money, the mobile money ecosystem in Africa, there are huge investment opportunities there that should appeal to the private sector because there are real profits to be made. There's real return on investment. And it's an area, when you do that little Venn diagram of economic growth and private sector interest and strategic benefit, where the multiplier effect across governance, across civil society, and for being able to create a virtuous cycle of additional economic growth, right? It's all right there. That doesn't require us doing everything everywhere. We can be selective, we can be targeted, but do it in a way that has real leverage and can really drive change.
Thank you. So why don't we pick a question over here? Let's just do really fast here, Nick, and then Josh.
Thank you. Well, the advantage that Africa has over Latin America has no frontier with the United States. And I think that, that is one of the problems. Latin America still has about 150 million people under the poverty line. And I do think it is within the interest of the United States trying to reduce that amount of people, because those are the ones causing problems when they intend to come in undocumented. And this undocumentation of immigrants is a problem worldwide. So the other thing I would say is, well, why does the United States not have a cooperation agency like European countries have? They are non-political. The problem of the United States in the past in Latin America is the political investment, money invested in political issues that were, also accompanied by investments in companies, but mostly political. So at the end of the day, I think the analysis of the relationship or the competitiveness of the US in developing countries in Latin America is completely different to Africa because of political issues. And the fact that, that Latin America needs a cooperation agency that is non-political, including the private sector, but also including the non-private sector. I mean, if you think the amount of money that the United States has spent in Central America and how much that has brought back, nothing. You look at Central America today, it's complicated, very complicated, in spite of the investment in the past. So I think, what about, why is not on the table the question of having a neutral cooperation agency like so many European countries do, that cooperates in the sense that Mr. Schiffer was saying, a proper investment in things that bring about development, not only a highway or a soccer field. That's my real question to the United States. Why is that not there?
Thank you. So let's get a quick question from Nick and then Josh, and then we'll go back to you guys.
Thanks so much. Good to see some friends on the panel there. Meredith, Adam, you both mentioned the promise of Africa in the digital realm, and you also both mentioned the AI strategy that was released earlier this year, and that you guys or your former agencies were mentioned. Who was not mentioned in that strategy was the Global South. So I'm wondering if are we moving towards kind of a two-tier digital frontier here, where there is this in the, shall we say, I don't know, maybe telecoms writ large, there's a lot of development there, but when it comes to AI, we're not going to deal with those countries. I mean, there was a great New York Times article just a couple of months ago that said that on the entire African continent, there are 2 data centers that work on AI, right? So would love to, and I think in Latin America, 3. So it would be great to comment a little bit about that seemingly enthusiasm from your side on what's possible in Africa and the lack of at least policy leaning in to that realm from the US government right now.
Thank you. And then Josh for the last question.
Thank you so much. And thanks so much for an excellent panel. A couple of questions for you guys. You can pick and choose. Well, one of them is definitely for Michael, I think. But so
I'm still going to pick and choose.
Well, we'll see if you pick this one. So in some of the research Ambassador Shin and I have done, we found that China has had a really hard time making investments and getting money from them, whether it be equity investments or debt. It's just not done a good job. And even when it's tried, even when it's hired the best bankers out of Wall Street and put them in Beijing and said, go make money, they weren't successful. So it sounds like you guys were. So my first question is, why? What have you done that they're not doing that? What's the difference here, right? Because you both go in wanting to make money, you've done so, they haven't, why? And the second question is similar for Michael, which is, we've heard a lot of, I was in China recently and I heard, well, the USAID is closed and now China's stepping in, right? Friends from the Global South were saying this. So I want to ask you, can China step in? What is the prospect of China stepping into the shoes, if you will, of USAID? And how have we seen China's approach evolve in order to take advantage of USAID exiting the playing field? So what were they doing and how have they evolved to try to seek opportunity?
Thank you. So let's go this way. I'll give you 1 minute each. And then the questions were, there's a political legacy that the United States has in Latin America. That's right. Those are our neighbors. There's historical engagement with those countries. How can we approach that in new ways? AI strategy, does the Global South have a role there? How did you guys make money from our investments overseas when China doesn't? And then can China fill the USAID gap?
All good questions. I'll punt the USAID one to Michael. So it's going to be tough for you to go last and not have to answer that one, I have to say. With regard to the first question on political cooperation, I'm going to punt a little bit and say, I agree with you. It just wasn't my responsibility at DFC to be responsible for the totality of our diplomatic or economic relationship with some of these countries. I will say that DFC has a cooperative financing agreement with the IDB, which is relatively new news and is informed by a recognition that we do need to work with experts in the region, including experts in the financial landscape of the region, in order to make commercially viable investments that in our ideal world do create jobs and decrease poverty. As a broader comment, speaking for myself, I will say that for all the talk that I'm hearing about reshoring, which is great if we ever made things in the United States in the first place, I would love to hear more about Plan B being friendshoring, finding ways to reward friendshoring in cases where maybe a component part was never produced in the US or there are real reasons it can't be produced in the US. And as Plan C, I would like to hear more rhetoric about nearshoring. Sure, reshore, but if you can't, make sure it's in a friendly country. And if you can't do that, make sure it's in a nearby country. In the cases of Plan B and Plan C, I think there are real opportunities to bring some manufacturing back to South America in ways that would create jobs and then I hope decrease poverty. That's sort of clear in all comments coming out of the organization I now run, is that as much as we support reshoring, we also support friendshoring and nearshoring, and we say that with South America in mind. Nick's question about the AI strategy, digital frontier. Nick, I hope not, because this is, to Michael's earlier comments, really about showing up. If we just don't show up in Africa, Huawei will stay there. They don't even need to show up, they're already there, right? And the thing about the AI revolution is that AI runs on computers. It requires compute. It requires cloud. It doesn't exist in a vacuum. And so if digital infrastructure is built by Chinese companies that are more compatible with DeepSeek AI models or even Huawei's actual, their internal models that they're working very hard to advance, then America's going to wake up one day and the infrastructure in Africa isn't going to exist for, Claude or ChatGPT or Copilot or all these other things that are happening in America in our great tradition of innovation. So no, I hope we're not moving to a two-tier digital frontier, and I think that you're right to point it out because we got to be there. China's there, and the technology of the future runs on digital infrastructure, so we got to care about that. China's not good at making returns on investments. How did you all make money? The DFC answer is that DFC only finances commercially viable projects, which actually, I just want to level set, has pros and cons. It means DFC can't be an investor in a Series A startup, no matter how good the idea is. It means that DFC can't invest on a 50-year time horizon or a 30-year time horizon. Its loan tenor is very long. It can invest on a 25-year time horizon, but what that means is DFC and EXIM can be helpful at a moment on a time continuum. When the project is commercially viable and its obstacle to actualization is finance, then what DFC and EXIM can bring to the table is profound. But to Melanie's earlier points, America now has an opportunity to reimagine every step of the continuum to get to that point. What does it look like to study if an idea is good, if it could be commercially viable? What it needs to get from good idea to being a commercially viable project. That used to be done by USAID. Some of it is done by USTDA, which there's a rumor might be folded into DFC. So yeah, we should keep reimagining the continuation that precedes a commercially viable project.
I'm going to go fast. I think the question of why isn't there a model like the Europeans? I would argue it's because you have to go back to the very specific American legacy of the private sector, above all else, government. A lot of our European counterparts or Japanese or Asian counterparts are much more comfortable with government intervention in the economy than the US government traditionally has been. And so while it does have a role to play, I think you ask the question, why isn't there something like some of these more private sector but government-aligned funds, or why don't we have a Japanese Bank of International Cooperation in the United States? Why don't you just fold all these organizations into one, make it a powerhouse, and make it go out and do things? I would argue it's just because of our specific legacy, but now is the time to be asking questions like that. Like, why aren't we thinking about some of these more creative ways to solve the problems? What problems are we trying to solve, et cetera? For the other two questions, I'm actually going to answer in a very similar way, which is, no, I don't think that we're going to get boxed out of the Global South, Africa, Latin America, other markets. And I do think I know why we're winning, and it's this thing that Meredith was bringing about, that the EXIM calls it the reasonable assurance of repayment, but there is a fundamental tension between policy outcome and bankability. And the bankability question is real. If it's a loan, remember, like from an EXIM or DFC point of view, if it's a loan, you have to show me how you're going to pay me back. And if you can't show me how you're going to pay me back, then I can't give you the loan. And we're like, well, but you don't understand, the competition and diplomacy. I'm like, great, yeah, but how are you going to pay me back? No, you have to understand how important this is for our strategic relationship. How are you going to pay me back?
This is mini U.S. government.
This is I'm parroting basically years of conversation, which is, it's a healthy tension. And I would argue it's one of the reasons why we've been successful markets where the Chinese haven't been. If they said, you know what, fine, for policy-directed purposes, we'll sign the paper and it's fine, and we'll get it done. The tension that I'm describing now is actually very healthy, because it actually forces a conversation about, like, okay, what is the return on this? If you can't justify it, how do I know it's going to be developmentally beneficial in that market? How do I know that you can sustain this? Am I putting debt on, am I asking for a sovereign guarantee on an already indebted country and I'm just making it worse? And I'm just sending you to the Paris Club in 3 years and we're just not going to talk about that out loud? Right? So it's frustrating for when you're trying to get a lot of stuff done, but it's a healthy tension back and forth. And in all the changes and reforms we make, I don't think we should lose that, because it is one of the things I think that makes this a long-term more sustainable.
It is a reason to put the risk on a private sector company rather than a sovereign government, which is a difference between the US and Chinese approach. Yep.
I'll take a run at two of the questions. I apologize, Nick, but I think Adam and Meredith have sort of answered well, and so I'm just going to stipulate that everything that they said,
Write that
I'm
down.
going to say as well.
Michael said I did a good job.
I didn't say that.
No, you're right. Fair.
On the Latin America question, and whether or not we should have a neutral development agency like Europe has, I guess I would offer that this is one of the reasons why I think going forward we need to be much smarter and more strategic about how we knit together our partnerships across the international community. Right? The exact same criticism about politics driving the way in which the United States approaches development in Latin America. If we were in Melanesia, you would get that in spades about Australia. Yet elsewhere in the world, the Australians are able to be less political, right? And they're the same constraints on us in Latin America, and the same freedom that we might have in other areas. And frankly, this is a lesson that our European friends are learning right now as they're rebalancing their development portfolios to take into account what they need to be doing for Ukraine and in East Central Europe in a more political context. But I think if we play well together, then we can set up the right sort of institutions and structures that allow not just the United States, but the international community writ large to be able to meet Latin American development needs in ways in which our Latin American partners are able to exercise the control over and exercise their sovereign rights over. For Josh's question about whether or not China can step up, I guess I would offer that really it's a question of whether or not we allow a vacuum to persist, right? I mean, if the choice is between a road built with a subpar PRC development project or a hydroelectric dam built with a subpar PRC-driven development project, or digital infrastructure and standards set by subpar PRC development projects, and no road, no hydroelectric dam, no mobile communications infrastructure, that doesn't give countries in the global south much choice of where they go. And the PRC will be able to fill that vacuum, not by doing more, but by simply showing up as they're already showing up. So really, I think it's a question for us more than it's a question for Beijing.
Thank you. So this is the end of our panel. Thank you all for joining. Thank you guys for a great discussion. And would also like to thank again the Notre Dame Keough School for partnering with us today, and Caroline Costello, who played a huge role in organizing all of this. Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.